VPN. We're offering the next level of digital privacy. We're a decentralized VPN, so we don't run the servers, other people do. Multiple hops for added privacy, so no provider is going to know both who you are and where you're connecting to. It's pay as you go, and it's all open source. So we encourage you to scan the QR code and give it a try. So thank you.
Got it? I told him I could just, he points at me and I go, it doesn't matter. Okay. If you'd like to introduce me, that's fine. Okay. Let me do a little kind
of... Hi, I'm Don Thomas. I'm the lead for the security track here at SCaLE. I've been following Doug and his work over the years. And in fact, my last class over at SANS, I was introduced to him indirectly through Justin, who was teaching the 555 course. Doug is fantastic with Security Onion. There's been a lot of things going on, so I'll let him take it from here. But thank you, Doug, for showing up and being our mini keynote at SCaLE.
Well, thank you, Don. I appreciate that. Is the microphone on? You guys hear me okay? A little quiet? Can we get a little more gain? Is somebody working the magic controls back there? Closer to my mouth. How about that? Is that any better? Not really? Testing. 1, 2, 3. How's that? All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the security track. Did everybody attend Dr. Paul Vixie's talk this morning? Was that awesome or what? So, one of the things that he talked about there was war domains, the domains of war. And he talked about the fact that IT is now one of those domains. And so that's kind of what I'm going to start this talk off with, is my incident response horror story. Right? This was one of the times when I actually went into combat against an adversary. So I want you to kind of close your eyes and put yourself in my shoes. This happened many, many years ago. So imagine you show up at work, and you sit down at your desk. You've got your caffeinated beverage in one hand. You've got your mouse in the other hand. And your job is to defend this enterprise. You're part of a 2-man security team for a 3,000-person company with offices all around the world and literally thousands of public-facing websites. Right? Can you feel the challenge? Do you feel the pain? So that's challenge number 1. Challenge number 2 is you are working for a dying newspaper company in a dying newspaper industry, because who actually buys a newspaper anymore, right? So budget is limited. So you have some commercial tools, but not a whole lot. And for those limited commercial tools that you have, you really don't have them fully deployed across your enterprise, right? So you have limited visibility into what's happening on your network, what's happening on your endpoints, etc. So, with that kind of context, with that kind of scope in mind, you sit down, you start looking at your limited commercial IDS appliance, and you start looking through IDS alerts. You've got an interesting alert here for SQL injection, a SQL injection attempt against one of your public-facing websites. Now, if you're in this role and you're monitoring literally thousands of public-facing websites, you sort of understand that there's a normal amount of background radiation on the internet, right? There's this normal amount of scanning activity where certain IP addresses are going to scan the entire internet every single day. And that happens quite often, and that's absolutely normal, right? So you build this mental baseline of what's normal for those network segments that you're monitoring, and anything above that is kind of abnormal, and that's when you start the investigative process. So on this Monday, you come into work, you do your normal routine of looking at your alerts, you see your SQL injection attempts that you expect, but you see a higher number of those SQL injection attempts. You see that they are more targeted at specific public-facing websites. You see that they're a little bit more persistent. They're a little bit more loud. So that's really the starting point for this investigation to say, okay, well, this is a little bit more than I'm comfortable with. It's one of those moments where the hair on the back of your neck kind of stands up a little bit. You feel that ever? So you start the investigative process, and you start trying to pull together the pieces of the puzzle. Now, again, this is where things are difficult because we have limited commercial tooling, we have limited visibility, so we're pulling together little bits and pieces here and there. So we're tracking this activity as the week goes on. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. These SQL injection attempts continue throughout the week, and they continue to escalate. Now, one thing that you notice as you're monitoring this activity, as you're investigating these alerts, you notice the user agent string as you look at the actual HTTP requests, and you see that that user agent string actually matches up with what was then called Backtrack Linux, now called Kali Linux, right? That's the attacker's tool set, all in a nice, convenient Linux distribution, ISO image, easy to download, easy to fire up, easy to point and go and attack a website. So that's certainly interesting. Another thing that you see is the IP address that these attacks are coming from, right? All of these attacks all coming from the same IP address. So now as these things go throughout the week and Friday finally rolls around, it's Friday afternoon, you want to go home, you want to spend time with your family and friends, you don't want to sit at the office all weekend monitoring these attacks. So you have to make a decision, as we, this two-man security team, had to make a decision. Do you allow these attacks to continue throughout the weekend, or do you block the attacker's IP address in the firewall? What do you do? I hear block it. Who else says block it? That's probably a majority. So that's what we did. We decided to block the attacker's IP address in our firewall. So what do you think happened next? IP address change, right? So the attack stopped from the one IP address, but they started up from another IP address, and actually another IP address, and actually a third other IP address. All right, so what had we done? We had simply kicked the hornet's nest, right? We tipped off the attacker that we were onto them, right? We've now escalated that arms race. So the attacks continued throughout the weekend. Sunday night, about 10 p.m., one of these SQL injection attempts finally succeeded. The attacker popped the box. They were in on one of our public-facing web servers. Now, this is where things get even more difficult because that segment of the network, we had some visibility. But as soon as they get into that box, there's an internal network there where we had very little visibility. I see some shaking of heads. You've been there, done that. You've felt that pain, right? So now we have to number one, go to management and say, hey, you know that incident that we kind of briefed you about last week? We kind of gave you the heads up that this was happening. Well, Sunday night, 10 p.m., he broke in. So we now need to take that box offline. What do you think management said? No, thou shalt not take that box offline. We're a dying newspaper company in a dying newspaper industry. That box is making us money. Thou shalt not take it offline. Right? So now you've got to try to fight the attacker off the box. Easier said than done in many cases, right? So, trying to do that, trying to continue to collect evidence, trying to continue to put these pieces of the puzzle together, all the while also looping in our local FBI field agents to start to build a case against whoever this adversary is. And you know, it's great to have a relationship with your local FBI field agent if you don't already. because in that heat of the moment, right, when you're in incident response mode, you don't want to have to be reaching out for the first time. You want to be able to call them up. They already know who you are, who you work for, and what the context of this incident might be. So FBI is great. Make sure you have contact with your local agent. But keep in mind the FBI, they have process that they have to work through, right? You tell them that here's an IP address that's attacking me. They have to go through warrants and subpoenas. They have to talk to judges, and this process takes time, right? So we're continuing to try to fight the attacker off the box, continuing to collect evidence, waiting for the FBI. And at the same time, since we're waiting on the FBI, well, let's see if we can kind of work this case ourselves. Let's do some open source intelligence research on this IP address. And as it turns out, we figured out who the guy was who owned that IP address. So we can now put a name and a face with this IP address. We knew who it was. So you continue to do more research, and you find out where this gentleman lives, right? So we figured out where he lives. Do we go and talk to him? Do we knock on his door? Do we approach him? What do you do? The other thing that we found out, and this is where the story really takes a strange turn, we found out that this particular individual was terminally ill. Right? So here's an individual who literally has nothing to lose. Right? So this story, there's a lot of details that I'm having to gloss over here due to time. It normally takes about an hour to tell this entire story. But the short version of it is that as we were continuing to wait on the FBI to go through warrants and subpoenas to get the proper address and go approach the individual, he literally passed away before the FBI could knock on his door and interrogate this individual. So what we're talking about is the fact that we had this insanely difficult task in front of us to try to collect all of this information and try to piece together the puzzle in a limited time frame, right? We literally couldn't do it before time ran out for this particular investigation. So that was a difficult incident response time. But it really kind of underscored to me some lessons learned. The first of which is that incident response is going to be slow and difficult if you don't already have the right data sitting at your fingertips, right? I talked about having to collect IDS alerts from this appliance over here, and we had some other limited tooling over here, and then maybe we went to our system engineers and requested some syslog, but maybe this syslog was in this time zone, and this syslog was in this time zone, and maybe there was some skew between them, so correlation becomes a nightmare. So that process is going to be cumbersome, right? When you're in the heat of battle and you're trying to correlate timestamps and are not quite lining up, it makes it even more difficult than it already is. We talked before about how we had limited visibility because the traditional security tools at that moment in time were prohibitively expensive, right? And if you look at the commercial market today, they're still very, very expensive. And for many organizations that choose to invest in commercial security appliances, they may have to pick and choose based on their limited budget. I'm going to have visibility here, but I simply can't afford to have visibility over here. And that is fundamentally unjust. Just like it's fundamentally unjust that this attacker was able to use Backtrack Linux and have all of his favorite attack tools already compiled, already configured, and at the time, we as defenders did not have the equivalent from a blue team defender perspective. That's fundamentally unjust. And so that's really where Security Onion comes into play. I started this project in 2008 to provide a free and open source platform for the things that we do as defenders. That's intrusion detection, network security monitoring, threat hunting, incident response, all of that good stuff, right? Just like in the world of Linux, which I've been involved with since 1997, you know, back in the day, folks were compiling every single thing on their own boxes. Some folks still do it today, but most of us use Linux distributions, right? Where everything's already compiled, already packaged for you. And that's where we needed to get as defenders. I saw a lot of folks that they might download the snort tarball, they might download the bro tarball, they might compile these components, they might get them working, but it might take days, weeks, or sometimes months to get all of this tooling up and running before they could ever do their real job of defending their networks. So finally, the thing that we all realize is that as time has gone on, more and more of our network traffic is now encrypted. So that becomes somewhat of a blind spot in terms of our network visibility. So we want to fill in those blind spots with endpoint visibility. We'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. So I started the free and open source platform in 2008. In 2014, I started Security Onion Solutions. That's the company behind that free and open source platform. Everybody always wants to know, well, how do you make money off of free and open source software? Our business model is that we provide on-site training and online training. We do professional services, and we also sell hardware appliances preloaded with our software. But our free and open source platform remains free today. You can go and download it. It's been downloaded over 950,000 times, and that's just one of our download methods. Most folks will use our ISO image. It's based on Ubuntu. It's got all of the software already installed, ready to go out of the box. If you prefer not to use our ISO image, you can install your preferred flavor of Ubuntu and then add our packages on top of that. So that's entirely up to you. Now, that's our traditional platform. We're working on a next generation platform right now, which we call Hybrid Hunter. And it's got some major architectural changes, one of which is because a lot of our customers are military and they prefer Red Hat CentOS to Ubuntu. We wanted to give them an ability to be able to run Security Onion on their favorite platform. And one of the things that we've been doing over the last few years is investing in the container ecosystem, right? So what we're now doing with our next generation platform is moving from our traditional Ubuntu packages, now putting everything into Docker containers. Makes it that much easier to run on different Linux distributions. So out of the box, we're going to support Ubuntu and Red Hat and CentOS. So you can download Hybrid Hunter today. It's currently in testing. So you can test that out. You can give us feedback, and we hope to finalize that, release a final version later this year. Now, that's just a brief overview of Hybrid Hunter. For the rest of this presentation, I'm going to be focusing on our traditional platform. And so let's kind of zoom in and take a deeper look at what that platform actually looks like. I mentioned before things like IDS alerts. I started off my war story this morning with IDS alerts. And I include this picture here of this iceberg because that's really what IDS alerts represent. It's really kind of the proverbial tip of the iceberg, right? Because if you've ever looked at a network-based IDS and you've looked at IDS alerts before, you realize that they're really just a question. They may or may not provide the answer to that question. Most of the time, it's up to us as the defenders, as the analysts, to investigate and then answer that question. So we start off with IDS alerts. We give you the choice of Snort or Suricata. Both of those have been around for a long time. They work really well. They monitor your network traffic coming off of a tap or a span port. They look for signs of suspicious activity, and they generate those network-based IDS alerts. So once you have those IDS alerts, now it's time to investigate them. Figure out, is this a true positive or a false positive? If it's a true positive, do I care about it? Does it even apply to my environment? Do I need to investigate it? Did something happen after the fact? And that's where the protocol metadata comes into play. Now, previously, we used a tool called Bro. It's now been renamed to Zeek, so you may hear it used using either one of those two terms interchangeably. But it provides this rich protocol metadata, which allows us to really paint a more complete picture around those IDS alerts, right? Because if I have an IDS alert, I might say, well, if this machine is compromised, what happened next? Did it then beacon out to a command and control server? Did it do some data exfiltration? Was there some pivoting laterally throughout my environment? My protocol metadata coming from Zeek can help me to determine that, right? I can look at my session data. That shows me all of my connections from this IP address to this IP address. I can look at DNS lookups. I can look at HTTP transactions. I can look at SSL certificates. All of that is lovely protocol metadata that we're assembling for you, collecting into the same spot so that we can then investigate those IDS alerts. Now, once we start going deeper underneath the water of that iceberg, we may get to a point where we feel like this is really an incident. We really need to investigate what happened here. We might then need to kind of rewind the videotape, right? If you think about physical security, you've got a security camera that's recording everything. You then might want to rewind that videotape and reconstruct the scene of the crime. That's what we do with full packet capture. We use a tool called NetSniff-NG for that, and that's recording every single packet that crosses your network all the time, so that we can rewind that videotape and we can actually look at that TCP stream from start to finish. We'll actually see that in a few minutes in the demo. But using all of those different kinds of data together, we can paint a more complete picture about what actually happened. We can see how the adversary got in, we can see what happened after they established that foothold, and we can see ultimately how they tried to achieve their objectives, or perhaps did achieve their objectives. So that's kind of our data types from a network perspective. Once you have those different components running, monitoring your network traffic coming from a tap or a span port, and you're now generating network-based IDS alerts, you're now generating Zeek logs, you need a place to store all of that data, right? So we include the Elastic Stack that consists of Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. So we're going to take all the logs, consume them with Logstash, which is then going to store them in Elasticsearch. And then we're going to use Kibana as our web interface to slice and dice all of those logs, right? So when you log into our Kibana instance that's included by default in Security Onion, we have a bunch of dashboards right out of the box. Over 30 dashboards, one for each particular protocol that you may expect to see on your network, and some for host-based data as well. And that makes it easy because we've already built these dashboards with all the visualizations that help you to look for those anomalies on your network, right? Because kind of what we've seen as an industry is that many times IDS alerts are a good starting place for our investigations, but what happens if you have an adversary that's sophisticated enough to evade your IDS signatures? You may not have any alerts whatsoever, right? So at that point, we may need to do some threat hunting, right? And that's where all of our Zeek logs and all of our dashboards really help us to take this massive amount of data and do an aggregation based on a particular field and look for outliers, right? We look for typical user agent strings. We exclude those, and then whatever's left over, those are interesting user agents that I might want to investigate. Just an example of how we might do some very simple user agent threat hunting. Now, I mentioned before network-based data and the fact that more and more of our network traffic is becoming encrypted. That's a good thing for privacy. However, it makes our lives as defenders a little bit more difficult. So we want to fill in those blind spots with some additional endpoint telemetry, right? So we integrate with Wazoo, which is a host-based intrusion detection system. It's based on an older piece of software called OSEC, which you may have heard of by that name. And as a host-based intrusion detection system, it gives you a lot of bang for the buck. This is a cross-platform, free and open source endpoint agent, which gives you log collection, log analysis, file integrity checking, and rootkit detection, right? So that's a lot of capability built into one free and open source agent. Now, in addition, because we have the Elastic Stack, we also integrate well with the Elastic suite of endpoint agents. So that's the Beats family. So you have WinLogBeat, you have FileBeat, etc. So those integrate quite nicely. Now, if you're in a Windows environment, and most folks are, chances are you have a large percentage of Windows endpoints in your environment. If you're familiar with Mark Russinovich and the sysinternals team at Microsoft, they create some great utilities, namely Sysmon and Autoruns, which give you some really great visibility from your Windows endpoints in terms of what's actually happening on those boxes. right? And this goes above and beyond just the standard default Windows logging, gives you some extra comprehensive stuff, especially in terms of what processes are executing on your Windows endpoints. And what are those processes actually doing in terms of network traffic? So again, even if your network traffic is encrypted, if you can get that viewpoint from the endpoint itself, right, that's going to give you some additional visibility that you might not have been able to see just from a tap or a span port perspective. And then finally, OS Query is another great cross-platform utility for interrogating your endpoints, very helpful in terms of incident response and being able to see what's happening kind of across your fleet. Here's a very quick screenshot of, I mentioned in the previous slide, Sysmon. And so let's say you have a Windows endpoint. You've got Sysmon installed, so it's giving you really great comprehensive intelligence about the processes that are running on your Windows box. You could then have those Sysmon logs being transported to SecurityOnion by way of Wazoo, and then Wazoo on the SecurityOnion server side is going to analyze all those logs, and it's going to look for suspicious processes running on your Windows endpoints. Right? That's very powerful visibility to have, especially with more and more of our network traffic being encrypted. And this is just a quick screenshot of our Sysmon dashboard just to give you an example of some of the things that you can see just by installing Sysmon and having that endpoint visibility. So even if you don't have any network visibility, you can still see things like this Windows endpoint connecting out to Amazon, for example. So that's a very brief overview of our architecture and the kind of data types that we provide to you in terms of threat hunting and incident response. Let's talk about some use cases. So if this is your first time hearing about SecurityOnion today, you can go home and you can download our ISO image, you can install it in a virtual machine, and you can be up and running very quickly in what we kind of call this small forensics VM use case. Right, so the quickest and easiest way to get up and running with SecurityOnion is a tool that we have called SO import PCAP. So if you have a PCAP file from your existing network, you can import that PCAP. If you don't already have any existing PCAPs, we have some built right in. Right, so we'll look at that in just a few minutes in our live demo, where we'll use SO import PCAP. We'll import one of the PCAP files that we have built right into our ISO image, and we'll actually work a real case based on importing that PCAP. So that's very quick, very easy. It's a good way to get your feet wet with SecurityOnion and kind of understand all the different data types, how they relate to each other, and how you put together all that information to work an incident. Now, once you've done that and you've kind of gotten some experience with SecurityOnion and these different data types and how to use them to monitor and defend your network, you might want to go to the next step, which is, okay, I'm ready to stand up a real production deployment of SecurityOnion on my network. So maybe you have some budget for a brand new server that you're going to deploy on, but maybe you don't. Maybe you have to take an old decommissioned server that was retired a couple of years ago, and that's fine too. Take whatever server hardware you have, install SecurityOnion on it, connect it to a tap or a span port to give you that initial network visibility. And probably the first place that you're going to start there is your network perimeter, right? That place where your internal network meets the big bad internet. That's where you're going to start your monitoring activities in terms of SecurityOnion. So that's kind of that north-south network traffic that we're talking about going out to the internet and coming back. So once you've kind of demonstrated some success there, and quite often what we see with folks is they'll do that and they'll have a very quick win, right? Where they find something that they never saw before on their networks. And that might be a total compromised workstation, or that might be simply a misconfiguration. But they demonstrate a quick win to management, and they go back to management and they say, hey, look what I found using this free software and this recycled hardware. Imagine what I could do if I had some budget, right? We've seen lots of folks use that as a strategy to be able to work through this and be able to build a much larger deployment just based on demonstrating a quick win, going back to management, and getting more budget. So once you're able to build a larger deployment, right, your existing single standalone Security Onion box can become kind of a master server for this new deployment. And you're now then adding additional sensor nodes that are going to connect into that sensor grid. And you can also kind of scale up your backend storage, that Elasticsearch backend that we talked about, by adding additional storage nodes, right? So we can start with a single standalone box, and we can kind of scale that in both directions. Add additional sensors, add additional backend storage nodes, and you've now got this enterprise-wide deployment that contrasts that with how I kind of started off the talk today, which was commercial tools may be cost prohibitive, right? They may prevent you from getting the full visibility that you need to defend your environment. But with free and open source software, you can deploy this as many times as you need to as many boxes as you need to, collecting as many millions or billions of logs as you need to monitor and defend your enterprise. Finally, I do want to mention, so far we've been talking primarily about on-prem deployments. But, of course, lots of folks are in the cloud these days, and so we do support that as well. So in addition to our kind of traditional ISO image that we have, we do also have an AMI. So if you're in Amazon, you can go and download our AMI, and it's good to go. All right, so how about a live demo? Would you like to see it? All right. So we're all going to be analysts in the Security Operations Center here. Right? So go back to how we started off the morning. You know, you roll into work one day, you've got your caffeinated beverage in one hand, you've got your mouse in the other hand, and now it's our job as the Security Operations Center to monitor and defend our enterprise. So what I've done here is I've installed Security Onion in a virtual machine, and I used that very first use case that we talked about, and that's SO import PCAP. So all I've done here is I've taken an existing PCAP file that we include right in our distro. So you could actually duplicate this at home today, go and download our ISO image, run SO import PCAP, and pass it the full path to this PCAP file, and you could actually do this step by step exactly what we're doing today. So the PCAP file that I imported is a very small PCAP, not a whole lot of traffic. You can see here that there's only 36 logs, but there's actually some quite interesting stuff as we look through here. And as we go through and look at these different data types, I want you to keep in mind kind of what I said before about the way it was back in the day when I started all this, when we just had a traditional commercial IDS appliance. We had limited IDS alerts and limited investigative capability. And so there'll come a point in this demo where, from a traditional IDS perspective, we would have had to stop that investigation because we wouldn't have had any more visibility. And we'll talk about that as we go along. So this, of course, is Kibana. That's our web front end for slicing and dicing all of our logs that are inside of Elasticsearch. And I mentioned before that we do include lots and lots of dashboards. You can see that entire list here. That's over 30 different dashboards. And so, for example, if you just look at Zeek hunting, these are our dashboards designed for doing threat hunting in these Zeek logs. Again, Zeek is providing that protocol metadata for our network. So we have a dashboard that shows all the connections on our network. We have a dashboard that shows all the DNS lookups on our network, HTTP transactions, SSL certificates, so on and so forth. So lots of default dashboards right out of the box, so you don't have to build anything, you don't have to design anything, you simply have to install it and go. So now, having said that, let's kind of look at, based on the fact that we had, 36 logs, those logs are broken down into 2 different types. So let's see what kind of types of logs we have. Well, the first we have is IDS alerts. I mentioned before IDS alerts coming from Snort or Suricata. So we've got our network-based IDS alerts. We've got 14 of them here. And so remember that picture of the iceberg that I showed before, right? IDS alerts may be simply the tip of the iceberg. So we want to keep that in mind when we take a look at those IDS alerts. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to scroll down my dashboard because I do have a visualization down here that shows those IDS alerts in a little bit more detail. All right, so this is where I'm going to ask for some audience participation. So looking at this list of IDS alerts, you see the name of the IDS alert on the left. Do you see any particular IDS alert there that stands out to you, that seems more interesting? So they're all pretty much relating to an executable. I heard somebody say .doc.exe. So what's interesting about that? Right, so there's a couple of points there, right? Because number one, modern versions of Windows by default are going to hide file extensions, all right? So if you were to think about this in the case of a spear phishing email, which is one of the most prevalent threat attack vectors that we have today. Let's say I'm an adversary and I want to break into your environment. I know that I can get in via spear phishing email. So I'm going to find one of your employees and I'm going to send them an email that says, hey, this is the HR department and I need you to download this Word document for the new payroll system, right? Everybody wants to get paid, so I'm going to download that Word document. And even if I look at it in Windows Explorer, it's going to hide that file extension and it's going to show me .doc, so I'm going to think, yep, that's a harmless Word document, right? So that's definitely interesting to me, and that's definitely something that we see in spear phishing attacks. So let's take a look at that. So I can click on this magnifying glass here to filter my entire dashboard based on that one IDS alert. And if I wanted to, I could drill into the log itself and I could see all the individual fields in the log. But one of the things I talked about before was full packet capture and being able to rewind that videotape and reconstruct the scene of the crime. So what we can do here is we can click on this hyperlink that we have, which is going to give us that full packet capture, right? So we just rewound the videotape and we're now looking at that TCP stream in its entirety. Now, I mentioned before traditional IDS appliances which might have generated this IDS alert, and they might have given us a little bit of packet data. So they might have shown us this up here, but they probably wouldn't shown all of the rest of the stuff that comes after that. And we'll talk through what that is and the importance of it in just a minute. But let's kind of focus just for a minute on kind of looking at this HTTP traffic and figuring out what it's telling us. First of all, we see that there is an HTTP GET request for this swingmechanics.doc.exe. So that's why that IDS alert fired. So we immediately have kind of confirmation that this is a true positive. We're dealing with a real IDS alert here. And the next thing that we see, if we look at our HTTP host header, we see the fact that this is a bare IP address. Right? Normally, I expect most of my traffic would be going to a fully qualified domain name, right? A real website like Microsoft.com. And especially in the case of a Windows EXE, if that's a legitimate EXE, let's say a Windows update, I would expect that to come from something like update.microsoft.com. But in this case, I see somebody downloading an executable from a bare IP address. That's not 100% malicious, but it's definitely suspicious, right? So that's interesting. The other thing that's interesting here is not something that we see, but it's something that we don't see. So there's a header here that is missing, and that's the referrer field. So if you look at the HTTP referrer field, it tells you what website you came from. So if I'm on one website and I click a link which takes me to another website, the header would say, referrer, that original website we were on. But we don't see that referrer field here. What that tells me is that we weren't on another website when we went here. So I might infer that if this were a spear phishing email, right? And I get that email in my traditional email client, let's say Microsoft Outlook. I click the link, it spawns my web browser, and it looks just like this, right? Because I didn't come from another website, I came from another program altogether, right? So that continues to kind of fit into this model of perhaps we're dealing with a spear phishing email. Now, as I said before, traditional IDS alert appliances may provide some packet data, maybe this up here, but they might not provide the rest of the TCP stream. But that's where things really get interesting. So we can see in this case, the web server responds with a 200 OK. We can see the MZ file header. So that kind of verifies that, yeah, this is actually a Windows exe. We see some DLL references. And as we go through here, because this is full packet capture, number one, I could download this as a PCAP. I could actually extract that exe out. I could do reverse engineering on it if I wanted to. But even without going to those links, there's a whole lot of intelligence to be gleaned just by looking at this stream in its existing clear text. So if I scroll in here, I see this. Can anybody tell me what that might be referring to? I hear command and control server, and we'll get to that in a minute. So what we're seeing here is the HTTP connect verb or connect method. So if you go and read the HTTP RFC, this is actually a method by which a browser can connect through a proxy server, right? So if we're talking about malware, then this would be considered proxy-aware malware, right? So that's definitely interesting. HTTP version 1.0, yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that you can pick up once you start looking at this traffic, right? So let's scroll a little bit further and see if there's anything else that might be interesting. Does anybody see anything interesting here? I hear a registry entry. All right, so what is this? It's a registry entry, and it's the run key, which in terms of malware, we would consider to be a persistence mechanism. Why? Because when your Windows machine boots up, it's going to reference this run key, and anything that's listed there, it's going to run that process. That means that as an adversary, right, I can get you to run this process once by clicking on the download in the email, but normally, the second you turn your machine off, that process is gone. But now the next time you turn it on, it's going to reference this run key. It's going to start my process all over again. So that's a persistence mechanism, right? So again, in the case of malware, we're looking at something that's proxy aware. We're looking at something with a persistence mechanism. Anybody see anything else interesting here? I see service hosts. Very good. Anything else? I heard somebody say it. There's an IP address there. That's interesting. The plot thickens, right? So what might that IP address be? The mothership, right? The command and control server, the C2 server, right? So when I'm working cases like this, I'm going to ask myself a series of questions. So in the case of an IDS alert that's about a user downloading an exe, I'm going to ask the question, number one, did they actually request the exe? We've already seen evidence that, yes, they did the HTTP GET request, so yes, it's coming down to their PC. Number two, did they actually execute that exe? So if it actually landed on their machine, did it get quarantined by antivirus or some other kind of endpoint agent, or did it actually land, and were they able to detonate that exe in their environment? So to answer that question, if I see a hard-coded IP address like this, I might expect to see connections to that IP address. So that's where our other data types come into play, right? Because our IDS alerts really kind of tipped us off just to this point right here. But the rest of our data, like the protocol metadata that we talked about before, is going to answer this question of, were there any connections to this 221 IP address? So let's take a step back and let's see if we can answer that question. So let's clear this filter. And what we'll do next is, if you remember, we talked about Zeek, which was formerly known as Bro, gives us this rich metadata about what's happening on our network, and specifically these bro-con logs are the connection logs. This is what we would call session data. It shows that this IP address connected to this IP address on this port for this many bytes and this many packets. So I could click on the magnifying glass, filter the entire dashboard to only show me those connections. And there's not many connections here because this is a rather small PCAP. But as I zoom in, does anybody see that IP address that we were looking for? Absolutely. So in this case, our victim IP address is 172.16.150.20, and we do indeed see a connection out to 221.54.197.32. The plot thickens, right? So what can we infer at this point? They actually executed the EXE. It's active, right? Well, we'll talk about lateral movement in a minute. That's where things get interesting as well. So we see here a port of 443. So what does that make you think of? It makes us think of SSL, all right? So let's kind of test that assumption by pivoting to our full packet capture. All right, so we'll click on this hyperlink. We'll go and get our full TCP stream. All right, so let me ask the question. Is this SSL? It's encrypted because we can't read any good old-fashioned ASCII clear text. Can I blow it up? I can blow it up. Watch this. How much do you want me to blow it up? I can keep going. I heard base 64. Well, maybe. Here's the thing. If this were traditional, well-formed SSL traffic like we would expect to see on port 443, what has to happen first before the encryption can begin? There has to be a handshake. There has to be a certificate exchange. That certificate has to be transferred in clear text. Do we see that here? No, we actually don't. Normally, we would see in this very first part, you'd see the name of the website. You'd see those certificate fields like country, state, city. We're not seeing that here, and that's because this is not SSL. This is not TLS. This is malware with its own encryption mechanism. It just happens to ride over port 443 because, let's face it, it's open in every single firewall out to the internet. It has to be in most organizations. So what we're dealing with here is actually a piece of malware called Poison Ivy. It's a remote access Trojan. It has its own encryption mechanism. Now, you could go out to the internet and you might be able to find a tool that can decrypt this. However, the adversary, if they're sophisticated enough, may have set their own key, or they may have changed that encryption in some other way. So you still may not be able to fully decrypt what's going on here. But because this is full packet capture, and because we can sort of see the difference between source and destination via color coding, you get to this point here where there's kind of this back and forth. So if you kind of squint your eyes and maybe make some guesses here, you might start to think that this looks like interactive behavior. This almost looks like an interactive shell. And as it turns out, this Poison Ivy remote access Trojan, it can allow that, right? An attacker, once they've compromised a victim machine with this remote access Trojan, they can then turn on an interactive shell. They can issue commands to that Windows machine. So just like you pop open cmd.exe, that attacker can do the same exact thing. And that's kind of what that looks like there because of that interactivity. So that's pretty interesting. Now, somebody before said something about lateral movement. And that's typically what you see in these kinds of cases where an attacker may start off with a spear phishing email, user clicks on the email, they compromise their machine, they're now a victim. That establishes the outbound command and control traffic to the C2 server. That adversary is now starting to issue commands to that victim machine, and their next step is to pivot laterally in the environment. because now I want to go from that initial foothold to actually targeting towards my objectives, which might be going after your domain controllers, it might be going after your file servers, it might be going after your database servers, it might be going after your HR department, whatever their objectives may be. So now we want to kind of ask that question, what happened next? And we did see, in looking at these data types, that we see our old friend FTP. Now that's interesting, right? Could be used for legitimate things. It's standard file transfer protocol. But let's say that this particular user, they had no standard business need for FTP. So we might want to investigate that. So again, we'll click on the magnifying glass. We filter the dashboard. And if we scroll down to one of these FTP logs, we could then pivot to our full packet capture. All right. This is where things really start to get interesting. What's happening here is the adversary is issuing commands to this victim machine to log into the adversary's own FTP server. And you can see him logging in with a username of Jack and a password of 2. Awesome. All right. I like this guy. And then we see him using the FTP store command. And what the FTP store command does is an upload. It uploads a file to that adversary FTP server, and that file is called 1.txt. Then after that, there's another store command, and that's for 2.txt. So what we're seeing at this point is that the adversary has done some lateral movement. They've captured the keys to the kingdom, and they're now exfiltrating that to their own FTP server. Now it's our job to figure out what was that data. What was the data that walked out the door? All right, so to answer that question, we have to remember how good old-fashioned FTP works, because this TCP stream ends right here. We don't see those actual files. But if you remember the way that good old-fashioned FTP works, you have a control channel and a data channel. So now if I clear my filter, I could go back to my bro connection logs. And when I scroll down here, if we remember that FTP starts on port 21, that's what we were just looking at right there, but the data channel is actually on port 20, and that's the line above. That's this connection and this one up here. So let's again pivot to our full packet capture. And let's reconstruct the scene of the crime. What do we see here? What we're seeing is gsec dump. Gsec dump is a utility used to dump Windows password hashes. Now, as an adversary, I'm interested in your password hashes. I might do one of two things with them. Number one, I might take those password hashes, exfiltrate them, bring them back to my environment, and put them into something like John the Ripper so I can crack those passwords, and now I've got your password. Or I might simply use the hashes directly in a pass-the-hash attack. Either way, those password hashes are very valuable to me as an adversary, and I'm absolutely going after them. So now if you look at this output, do we actually see Windows password hashes in this output? Well, we see some references to LSA secrets, but if you really kind of look at this closely, see, this is the cool part about full packet capture, and when you really start to zoom in and think about why things say the things that they say, this is the help output from the gsec dump command. Well, so here's what I'm envisioning, right? Imagine your nice little adversary. He's issuing commands, and he's trying to do something like gsec dump -a redirect into 1.txt. That's what he meant to do. But maybe he was in a hurry, and maybe he fat-fingered it and did AA or something like that. And so gsec dump says, no, you're an idiot. That's not a real option. Here's the real options, right? So it's kind of fun when you can watch adversaries screw up because they're just human just like we are. We all make mistakes. So in this case, I'm not quite as concerned about this as I would have been if I saw real password hashes. But I'm still somewhat concerned because gsecdump is not included in Windows. So the adversary probably put it there, and he was definitely able to execute it, even if he fat-fingered the options. So I'm still somewhat concerned, but oh wait, there was another file, right? Now we need to go back and look at that other file. So let's pivot to this other one. So what is this? This is a RAR file. What's a RAR file? It's an archive file. It's like a zip file, right? So what's inside of this archive file? Can anybody tell just by looking at this? So as it turns out, this is actually a password-protected RAR file, right? So just from looking at it from this perspective, we're not going to be able to tell what files are inside of it. But keep in mind, this is full packet capture. So we can download this PCAP. We can open it up in our good old friend Wireshark. And we can then extract the file right out of that network traffic. So if I right-click and follow TCP stream, I can now save this as raw data. And I'll call this out.rar. So now if I go to my downloads folder, here's my out.rar. Password required. Now, I want to kind of rewind to something I said a few minutes ago. I was talking about password hashes, and I said an attacker might take our password hashes and put them into a password cracker like John the Ripper. And as it turns out, we can actually do the same thing here. And if I had more time, I'd actually go through the whole process. But I'll short circuit it by saying we can use the attacker's tool against the attacker. We can crack this password using John the Ripper. And we're then able to open this file up and see exactly what data just walked out of our environment. That's your credit card numbers. That's your social security numbers. That's your sensitive intellectual property. And that's the ability of having IDS alerts, protocol metadata, full packet capture, all working together so that we as defenders can actually solve these investigations in a timely manner, and we're able to then catch those bad guys and hopefully bring them to justice. Did y'all like that case study? Pretty cool? Oh, stop. All right. So now that I've convinced you of the value of Security Onion, you're ready to play with it yourself. You're ready to take it for a test drive. So go to our website, securityonion.net, click the download link. You can download our ISO image. You can get it up and running in a virtual machine, just like I did here today. You can use that simple use case of SO import PCAP, and you can import the PCAP file that we've included right in the distro, and you could work through this entire case study just like we did today. So once this video is released, you could go back and you could follow along at home. Of course, we do sell preloaded appliances with our free and open source software. So if you're interested in that, reach out to us at securityonionsolutions.com. And for more contact information, of course, like any good free and open source project, we do have a mailing list, and it's a quite active mailing list. So if you have any questions or problems, you can reach out to our mailing list there, and you should get a response within 24 hours. We have a very healthy, very helpful community who's more than willing to help you out with your issues. And of course, we do have professional services and appliances, so you can reach out for more information there. So do we have a couple of minutes for questions? All right. If you have a question, raise your hand, and the microphone will come to you, and you can speak your question into the microphone.
I've really got two. The first one is you use the acronym DFIR, And then the second one, are you planning to upgrade this to like Ubuntu 2004 when it comes out?
Okay, so the first question was about the acronym DFIR, so that's Digital Forensics and Incident Response, right? So that's an entire community of folks that spend their entire lives doing incident response, doing exactly what we did here, and that's monitoring networks, whether it's network traffic or endpoint data, looking for bad guys, doing the threat hunting, and ultimately responding to that. So that's DFIR, Digital Forensics and Incident Response. The second question was about, are we going to be moving to more modern versions of Ubuntu? Absolutely. So currently we're based on Ubuntu 16.04, which is a long-term support release. It's still fully supported because it is LTS. But we already are working on supporting 18.04, and of course 20.04 comes out, next month? So we'll be working to support that as well. That will be for our next generation platform that I talked about earlier, which is primarily Docker-based. And because it's container-based, that means it's a whole lot easier for us to support multiple Linux distributions, not just Ubuntu 16.04, 18.04, 20.04, but also Red Hat, CentOS, and others as well. We have time for any more questions? Yes, sir.
For the training purposes, this is such a fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
Is there an environment that can be created, multiple VMs or something like that, where for training purposes a person has to go through this and address it? So it'd be like several VMs of Windows machines and all that kind of crap. Kind of sort of capture the flag only for this. Are you aware of such a thing?
That's exactly what we do in our training classes. So the question was about a large VM environment where you have multiple hosts and different kinds of network data and things like that. And so we try to make our training as real world and as relevant as possible. And so we have a 4-day basic class, a 4-day advanced class. If you're interested in more information, you can reach out to us, and I've got business cards here as well. Other questions?
Yes, I have one. Do you have a study case for embedded Linux? That's one question. Second one is, you mentioned the VM and the Dockers. Because Dockers you can really go into as admin. Do you have concern about the security? Because I'm hesitant to use Docker, sorry.
Okay, so let me start with the second question, which was about Docker and containerization. So we've been using containers for the last few years, and we've done many steps to make sure that the way that we deploy those container images is as secure as possible. So we've gotten to the point where we feel pretty confident in using that as our deployment mechanism, and that's why our next generation platform is primarily container-based, because we do have that confidence that we've put the right steps in place to make sure that that's going to be solid and secure and reliable. The first question was about use cases, but I think I missed the second part of the first question. Embedded? So you're talking about specific Linux distributions that are aimed at embedded devices? Well, it may depend on your definition of embedded. I can tell you that we have a lot of folks that monitor operational environment, which have embedded devices in them. And on those operational environments, and let's say it's a utility company, right? They have an operational network which has lots of embedded devices connected to it. We monitor those networks the same way we would monitor a traditional office network. When it comes to deploying agents to embedded devices, that might be a little bit more difficult, but it's super simple to monitor network traffic because you're always going to be collecting that from a tap or a span port. You're not having to install an agent on that embedded device.
I think we're out of time. I
Okay.
just wanted to say I've been here for 15 or 16 years, and this talk and the talk that preceded it are two of the best talks I've ever seen at SCaLE.
Awesome.
I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you all for coming. And I've got more stickers up here if you want some.
What would it cost to roll this out? cost of hardware? It's just like, you know,
The answer, as in most things, is it depends. And part of that is it depends on how much actual network traffic you're going to be monitoring, how many different network segments you're going to be looking at.
range.
Right. So the best thing to do is take a business card and reach out to us, and we can help you figure that out.
What would you say to people who are looking at, like, you know, they have a traditional like Cisco environment, maybe they have an ASA with ASDM, or maybe they have, they're looking at the new firepower with the whole, you know, their centralized console. What would you say to someone who's about to, considering to throw down that kind of money in a corporate environment when you have this?
So ASAs and firepower, they're all great. Next-gen firewalls are great, but you still need an IDS and NSM monitoring what makes it through that next-gen firewall.
Oh, they don't have that as part of the launch?
Well, see, next-gen
they
firewalls
snort,
typically have snort, but it's in IPS mode, and because it's in IPS mode, it's tuned back so that it's not blocking legitimate traffic. Because the last thing that you want to do is block the CEO's traffic, because then he's going to say, rip that thing out of the network, right? So IPSs are intentionally throttled back in terms of what they actually block, and so that's why we recommend deploying this alongside of it, so you can monitor every single thing that's allowed through.
You think you need, so you think the environments need both?
Absolutely.
You need,
And every single security incident that you see in the news is proof of that. Because every single security incident that hits the news, they all had next-gen firewalls. They all had ASAs. They all had firepower. But what they didn't have was comprehensive monitoring and visibility into what was actually getting through that next-gen
is there,
firewall.
since we're shopping, if someone's shopping, would you say get the Cisco or get something else?
We don't necessarily recommend next-gen firewall, any particular one. We don't tell folks to buy one over another.
Or are we burning money?
Not
and then we
get
have-
firepower.
What do you think we should get? What do you think, what would be the smart move? We need an internal and a different external. We have one, we don't have the other.
Well, I will say this. If you're an open source fan and you're looking for a firewall, pfSense is a great firewall. And there's also another fork of it called OpenSense. And those are both free and open source. They're not going to cost you a dime. You can buy their commercial appliances if you want to, but you don't have to. And they're very capable. They're very powerful. We have a lot of customers that run pfSense as their firewall and Security Onion right alongside it.
And what IPS?
So on pfSense, you can run either Snort or Suricata as your IPS.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So you have two snorts running in your environment?
You could.
One
Or
here
you could
and one
have,
there?
what some folks will do is they'll run maybe Snort on their firewall as their IPS, and then in Security Onion, they might run Suricata to get a different view of that same traffic.
And if the corporate IT guys want something commercial for the firewall side, what would you say would be a good choice? A good couple
We have lots of customers that are quite happy with Cisco. I mean, it's kind of the corporate standard.
Right.
Palo Alto's a good choice. Checkpoint's a good choice. You know, again, I don't really tell folks to stay away from any one particular vendor.
Where are you
Yeah.
based out of?
Augusta, Georgia.
You travel to do these.
Is that where you guys you based out of?
Yeah,
You
Thanks
travel.
for coming out.
absolutely.
I really also enjoyed your talk, and I just want to say containers are cool, but
Yes.
so are Raspberry Pis. So,
Raspberry Pis are cool.
can you run this on a Raspberry Pi? No, not with the distro.
Here's the problem. I love Raspberry Pis. I really do. But number one, they're ARM-based. Number two, they're underpowered. So for the kind of work
You seen the
that,
4?
yes, I have a 4. I love the 4. I really do. But it's still
can't
it's
keep up?
still underpowered for any decent-sized network, because the kind of things that we do are very, very processor intensive. So, you know, we're looking at, like, we have appliances that we sell for 10 gig networks, and we're looking at these new AMD EPYC processors that have 64 cores and 128 threads.
Yeah, well,
You
how
need
do you
lots
know?
of CPU cycles, and you're not going to get that out of a Raspberry
Let
Pi.
me ask you this. If I wanted to test
Appreciate the
this,
insight.
Yep,
I want to test this thing out on my home network
Yep.
in a VM or something.
yep.
How much horsepower is it going to need for something like that?
So
Can I put it in a VM, 2 gigs of RAM, and,
depends on how much network traffic is on your home network. If it's like most, we're probably talking 100 megabits per second.
I got more than that. still.
but you're probably not averaging 100 megabits per second. Even if you've got a 1 gig pipe, you're probably averaging 50 megs per second at most on a home network. So for that, you know, you could probably get by with a VM with 4 CPU cores, maybe 8 gigs of RAM, and that would at least be a good starting point. Run that on your home network. If you start dropping packets, the nice thing about VMs, add a few more CPU cores to it, add some more virtual RAM, you're good to go.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
But very good. And you can install, obviously, on an internal machine. You don't have to run it on the firewall.
That's exactly right. And we recommend folks deploy it separately from their firewall.
Okay, very good. Thanks very much.
All right,
Excellent
so
talk.
Did you get stickers?
Yes, I did.
Did you get cards?
Size for the data.
yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yep.
Yes, like adder cap or PCAP or whatever. Is there a mechanism by which you can age out the content? So you,
Yes.
like over time, it's like, all right, if I didn't catch them this month, just because of the prohibitive, it's like, all right, I just need to know, like, just the breadcrumbs, right?
Yes.
So you do. Okay.
So we realize that full packet capture is
Yeah.
expensive from a
Right.
disk space perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Nobody has infinite disk
Right,
space.
exactly.
So by default, once your disk reaches 90% disk usage,
Okay,
we start purging the oldest PCAPs out.
Okay. All right.
Right?
All right.
So that way you're not
All right. All right.
filling
But
up
can
your
then you
disk.
selectively purge them, like message? This type I want to keep. Command and control I want to keep. Just
So
content
what you can do
by
is you
law.
can create a BPF, a Berkeley packet filter,
Okay.
that says, I want to totally ignore all the traffic from this IP address.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to totally ignore all the traffic on this port.
All right.
You know,
Oh,
so
all right. Perfect.
Great
All right.
example is corporate network, and you've got backup servers.
Yeah. Right.
You don't want to be recording.
Right. The back of the backup.
You don't want to make a backup of the backup, right? So you put in a
Great. All
BPF
right,
to
brilliant,
exclude all that
brilliant.
traffic.
All right. Fantastic.
So yeah.
That's the perfect answer.
Boom.
All right. Thank you.
Did you
very
get
much.
stickers?
I did. Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
Quick question for you.
Yep.
Do you? I always like to, even if there's like on bare metal, even if it's just one device running it, I always like to install it as a hypervisor and install it as VM just because it gives you more control and easier backup. Do you recommend that with security in here, or do you recommend running it bare metal?
Obviously, it does give you some advantages where you can do things like snapshotting and things like that. However, it does make tuning perhaps a little bit more difficult because you may be dealing with virtual devices rather than the actual physical devices. Some folks might do that, and they might do like NIC pass-through so that they're actually getting closer to the raw hardware. But for really large enterprise deployments where you're talking about a gigabit per second, especially once you start looking at 10 gigabits per second, we really try to avoid virtualization just because tuning at that kind of speed is all about, you know, shaving as many clock cycles as possible. And virtualization just, even though it's not a huge amount, every percentage point counts. So it really depends on, you know, your usage levels, how much traffic you're monitoring, how much kind of overhead you have in your hardware to spare. But typically, virtualization works great for small deployments, but as it gets larger, we recommend hardware.
Gotcha. Okay. We were already kind of talking about this, but I wanted to get your input on it. I have a couple of VMs in DigitalOcean that I like to monitor. I'm pretty sure Security Onion itself probably can't do that because you need them in front of the VMs in DigitalOcean. But how would you go about monitoring those type of servers?
So I don't have any experience with DigitalOcean per se, but I can tell you, for example, in AWS, they have the capability for you to turn on a virtual tap, and our software is capable of decoding the traffic from that virtual tap.
Okay.
And so at that point in time, like if you're in AWS, you define your VPC, right? And inside of that, you're monitoring all the network traffic, and it's coming to one EC2 instance, and that's running Security Onion. It's collecting information, network traffic from that virtual tap. And it's just like the thing that we've always done in the physical traditional network of collecting traffic from a physical tap. It's just now it's in AWS. I don't know if DigitalOcean has the equivalent.
DigitalOcean, I haven't looked at some of their newer features, but by default, it's more of just you have a single VM with its own, like, it's like their firewall that's in front of it, so you can like block any access to it at all if you wanted to. So as far as that goes, it doesn't sound like I could really use this because it's just like a single firewall that you can just configure.
Yeah, and there's always options, because at the end of the day, we're just talking about getting some packets to a sniffer, right? And as with anything, there's more than one way to do it. And so there's, before AWS created this virtual tap, which we've been asking for years, and they finally got around to doing just a few months ago, we had this thing called Cloud Collector, which was kind of like a duct tape and barbed wire way of doing it yourself. And essentially what you would do is you'd say, okay, on my cloud host, and let's just go ahead and say it's DigitalOcean, directly on my cloud host, I'm going to install NetSniffNG, which is going to collect that full packet capture. I'm going to create an open VPN tunnel from that cloud host to a separate box, right? And I'm going to ship that full packet capture over the pipe, over that VPN tunnel, to my security onion box that's listening on the other end of that open VPN tunnel, and it's monitoring that traffic. And that's a little bit cumbersome, it's a little bit fragile, but it works for certain definition of works.
Onion, the PCAPs, it'll work, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just standard lib PCAP stuff at the end of the day.
Okay, so if I really, really wanted to, I could make security work.
Right, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
I was curious, is it possible to have a third network port? Because right now you have management and then you have your pros and as many pros as you want. But I was wondering, to separate or segment off your management traffic, you really can't, because management is the same port as any type of syslogs or ingestion.
So you could have, I guess you would call it multiple management ports, I think is what you're asking for, because you kind of want one that's kind of for just the standard operating system stuff where you're going to SSH into the box, and maybe have another management port where you're sending logs over a private network via syslog, because you don't want to send syslog over your standard traditional network. Am I tracking?
Yeah.
Yes, you can absolutely have multiple management interfaces.
Because I've gone through the
setup wizard,
and it doesn't ask, or I didn't find a way to put more than one management port on it.
So what you can do is just run through the standard setup wizard and define your primary management interface. And then once it's done, if you go into the file called etc network interfaces, you could define your second kind of private management interface. And that's just a text config file, and that's just a standard Ubuntu config file where you can define that interface, put its IP address, subnet mask, and you're good to go.
Because I was actually going through the UFW and then where it says SOLOut, and I was playing with that. So I started one as a management ports, and I had three. And then the first one, that was management designated. I would switch it over to the third one and then try to mess around with the first one. I was playing with that a lot, but
yeah,
that makes sense.
There's more than one way to do it, but we absolutely do support that.
And I know you have custom configurations or scripts that are running, so I was wondering what would be the easiest way to do it without breaking it.
Easiest way to do the management configuration?
Right, what you just told me right now.
Yeah.
Because I didn't find any documentation on it so far. I don't know if there was any.
Yeah, so if you go to our documentation, securityonion.net/docs, there is a page on network configuration, and it talks about that file that I mentioned, etc network interfaces. It doesn't specifically talk about adding that second management interface, but it talks about that config file in broad enough terms, right, that you can just go into the file and you can add a second interface, and it should work just fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of people, and you actually packed the whole room, which was,
that's awesome.
Which was, in this environment, was pretty awesome.
Well, I was honestly a little bit concerned because I knew this was is this the first year for the security track?
No, we've been doing
it
for several years.
Okay, I must have been thinking of something else. But yeah, it was a good crowd.
Yeah.
Really appreciate the invitation.
Well, thank you. Thank you for attending. And, enjoy it. There's a lot of different tracks, a lot of different info out there. So
yeah, good stuff.
Okay.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. installation of the current version of Hybrid Hunter. Ultimately, that is going to go GA later this year. That's the hope. Right. So, because, like I said before, things are going to be changing between now and the time we actually hit that GA point. And so we're kind of asking folks not to deploy Hybrid Hunter in production because we can't make any guarantees in terms of stability or reliability or anything like that. But what we're asking folks to do is, deploy traditional security in production today. And if you can, deploy Hybrid Hunter alongside it, monitoring the same traffic. Right, so if you've got Gigamon or some other kind of a packet broker, you can easily duplicate the feed. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yep. We support the whole thing. You don't have to. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. Yes. Yeah, so, we're partnered with them, so we're trying to maintain a good relationship with them, but I get it, honestly, to me, their business model doesn't make much sense, but they're... I can tell you that the vast majority of our professional services customers deal with us for everything. So I would wager to guess that we are vastly cheaper. So, a couple of things that I kind of had a slide on was we have Wazoo, which is a host-based IDS. So that's a totally free way you can deploy across your environment. It'll run on Windows, Mac OS, FreeBSD, Linux. So, in-game is, well, there are folks that totally rip out their AV and just go there. So, I think we have folks today that take their Sophos deploys and send them into security. I don't have any first-hand experience with that, but I think it's good. So, the other option is some folks will keep their existing AV, which might be Sophos or something else, and they might then, if they feel like it's not comprehensive enough, they might augment it with Wazoo or some other endpoint agent, just to give a little bit more sort of happy. Awesome. What's that?
That was probably the best presentation
Wow, thank you. Are you ex-military? I am not.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. My name is Michal Hrušecký. I work for a company called CZNIC, and I'm working on project Turris. And today I want to talk to you about what we do and why we do it, and hopefully about something that you can do that will be fun for you, will bring some help to us, and in general will improve the world. So I will start with who we are and what's this company that you never heard of. CZNIC, we are Czech top-level domain registry. So basically, we are managing .cz. So anybody who buys a Czech domain has to pay something to us. And as we are getting money from that, yeah, we could use it to buy Ferraris and stuff like that, but we decided that it would be much better to invest it and help the world. So in the end, by law, we are association of companies, which all those companies are basically competitors. So the only thing that they agree is they need internet and working internet and better internet and stuff like that. So in reality, we are set up like a non-profit. Basically, whenever we make some money, we have to invest it into something reasonable to help people. As we were getting money from the domains, and basically there is only so much money that you can spend on reliable domain registry, we started doing some interesting projects. First one that actually makes quite sense in terms of what we do is that we are doing not DNS server and resolver. Both are open source projects. And we started doing those, and in the end we got some contracts for support, and we started making money out of it as well again. We are developing BERT, open source BGP routing daemon, and we also provide contracts for that, and it also makes money. So we do other activities to burn money, but like we are publishing books, and we are doing education series in TV, trying to teach people how to behave responsibly online. And one thing that we also do, partially because of money, but mostly because it's a responsible thing to do, is we are managing Czech national CSIRT team. That's a Czech national team that handles security issues in IT and coordinates with other teams inside companies and inside other countries. And at some point, we got into business of making open source Wi-Fi routers. I will talk about that later, but that's the area that I'm from. So I'm in the security track, and I promise that I will be speaking about catching the bad guys, right? So, bad guys. Internet is a dangerous place, and whenever you are online, and if you are reachable from the outside, you are not hidden behind some firewall or net, you are under attack. Take a look at the logs at your server, and you will see attempts all the time that will try to figure out a way how to get inside. I took a look at one of my servers that I run for my private use, and basically in SSH you will see that there's plenty of people trying to log in, trying to guess some name and password. Sometimes there are even people trying to talk to SSH with some other protocol because they think that there might be something else running it. if you are running web server, you will see that there is plenty of people trying some weird URLs, like WordPress login and trying to find PHP myadmin and stuff like that. And if you are running SMTP, then you get plenty of requests to log in, and also plenty of requests to relay emails that are obviously some spam. So what can you do to prevent all those people that are trying to attack you somehow? So the first and obvious thing that you can do, if you get logs full of attackers that are trying to do something to you, you already know about them, right? You know that they were trying to do something bad. In the logs, you have IP addresses of those bad guys, so you can block them. There is a software to do that. It's called Fail to Ban, and it's a really old software, probably part of every distribution that you might be running. And what this software does is basically what you would do manually. It tries to go through your logs. It watches for the new entries, the entries like the ones that I showed you previously. And it supports some regex matching. It tries to figure out what's the IP of the attacker, count some points, and when the same guy tries to log in for the third time, it will create a firewall rule that will block him. It's not that hard to set up. There are even some rules prepared for typical configurations like SSH, Apache, Nginx, and stuff like that. But the tricky part is that you have to set it up, and that whenever you change your log format, you have to make sure that the regex still matches. And if you are debugging something, then you probably want to change the verbosity of your logs. And sometimes you change the format and regex no longer works. So you have to be a little bit careful with that. But yeah, that's a really simple service. It helps you with some stuff. But how you can be even meaner to those attackers? What you can do as a next step is honeypots. That's much more fun. What honeypot is that it pretends to be vulnerable system. One nice example of honeypots that are quite common is SSH honeypot, because as we saw, there is plenty of people trying to guess your password and trying various combinations of username and passwords. And what SSH honeypot does is, based on your configuration, it will allow some of those easily guessable username and passwords to go in. So attacker is happy. He found a vulnerable system. He gets in, and he can try to look around and play with it and install some malware and try to attack somewhere else. But what he doesn't know is that it's not a real system. Typically, those honeypots doesn't support every command that the attacker might want to try. They have pre-recorded answers to some of the commands. And if he tries something that honeypot doesn't know what to do, they do something like core dump and pretend to be broken system. So the output of honeypot is that you will get, the attacker will spend some time playing with the honeypot. Unfortunately, it's mostly bots, so you most likely wouldn't waste human time, but sometimes it happens. I've seen some session that somebody recorded where the attacker didn't manage to log out, and he told that he already logged out, but he was still in honeypot and he was trying to do something else and found out that his home directory is missing and looked really scared. But that would be really, you will be like really lucky if you found a real human attacking you. And the tricky part about honeypot is that you have to set it up somehow. You have to figure out which combinations of password and logins you want to allow in. And you want to figure out what commands does your honeypot actually support. And then you get some sessions recorded. And what would you do with that data? Well, it's fun to look at it. But if you collect 100 people a day, then it's no longer that much fun. And because quite some of them would be same. And you will probably end up with just piping it to fail to bind anyway. So some generic stuff that you might want to do, even without anything what we do at our company, is set up fail to ban on your servers and hook various logs into it to make it harder for attackers. And if you set up a honeypot, you might want to put it into fail to ban somehow as well. But then nowadays, the popular way to deploy services is microservices. So you don't have just one server nowadays. You probably have a cluster of plenty of servers. And then you have to figure out a way how to distribute this data across your servers. So there is something that we can help you with apart from the honeypot part. So how Turris fits into all of this? I will start first with what Turris actually is. How our project started was one big question. As I mentioned previously, our company runs a Czech national CSER team. And those guys were wondering, yeah, if you have a server and you are running web pages there, if you are running SMTP there, there is plenty of traffic going in both directions, and we are clearly a target. There is plenty of people that probably wants to attack you because you are a nice target. But what about home users? Still, there are plenty of home users that will get public IPv4, even though there are no IPv4s anymore. But ISPs have them, and they will give them to even home users. So is somebody attacking those people that are not running any web server? Their IPs are not in any logs, not in any DNS records, nowhere. And if somebody is attacking them, how they are attacking them? So we decided that we wanted to know the answer to all these questions, and we created a project to do that. We created a hardware probe, hardware security probe that we give away in Czech Republic for free. And the only condition was that those people will connect it to their network. It will be their first device that will be on the network from the ISP point of view. So it will have that public IPv4. And they will allow us to run some traps for the attackers on it. And it looked, to make it more appealing, it looked like a router, and it was actually working as a router as well. So, and since we were doing some interesting hardware, we did software also the correct way, like gave people root account and provided security updates and made everything open source and stuff like that, as any decent company should do. So we gave it away. And after a while, people started coming and asking that they would like to have more, and they would like to use it in companies and stuff like that. So in the end, we ended up with creating some commercial routers that we started to sell because obviously we found out that there is a market for people doing routers that are open source and secure and have security updates and stuff like that. And we still kept the security program on those, but we made it opt-in because if people bought it, they deserve to have some privacy by default and decide whether they want to help us or not. So we have new routers, and recently we actually made them available in US as well. So what we were doing was we were doing everything open source. We have plenty of software in our repositories. And one thing that already was at that point of time, something like 6 years ago, not that often, not that common, was that we were doing security updates for our products after we sold it to people. And we put in DNSSEC validation. That is even nowadays not so common. And we allowed people to play with that. So what's the security features that I was speaking about, and what were we doing actually? This is some simple schema of what we are doing even nowadays. Basically, we have a bunch of routers that are connected to our network. And whenever there is some attacker trying to attack one of our routers, the router will send us all the information that it knows about the attacker. And if we found out that he's evil, where evil is a little bit more complex question, then we send updates to all our other routers, and they will block him on a firewall. So something similar to fail to ban that we spoke about earlier, just with the thing that the difference is that we are collecting data not just from your one machine, but we are collecting data from all the routers participating in this program. And whenever we found somebody, we distribute all this information back to everybody again. So some collaborative distributed fail to ban. So we started with the security program that I spoke about. And back in the days, we have some software that was doing that. We knew that we have a limited number of routers that we gave away. We knew that there is exactly 2,000 probes, no more, no less. And that all those probes will have always everything enabled. They will always update. And it was really a simple world. So we made a simple software and made sure, and actually made everything hard-coded somehow. And because we were unsure what we will do with the data, we put everything into database, and then everything fetched from the database, and everything was evolving around the one central database. We got out of there quite a nice gray list with all these attackers that we found. We collected some information about them, and we started playing with the data that we collected. And we found out that some of the data that we are collecting are quite useless. On the other hand, we found some data that we would like to have in more details. And one important thing was that we got feedback from our users of our probes. And that feedback was basically that they want to buy those routers. And we responded to that by making something that they can buy, which resulted in increase of our users. So our design for fixed amount of probes weren't enough, and we started well, the whole system started slowing down, and based on the simple design that it was designed, it didn't scale up. So we were unable to divide the load between various servers. So we knew that we have to do something with the software. And apart from that, we found out that when we were speaking about what we do and what we found that some people were really eager to help us and wanted to run our probes even not on our probes. So they wanted to help us collect information about attackers, especially since our colleagues in CSER team were doing some security research and were trying to look into the attacks that those attackers are using and trying to identify some botnets that were doing the attacks and stuff like that. So they were doing a really nice job with the data. So people wanted to provide us with more data, but yeah, they have servers running somewhere and wanted to contribute with data. So what we did was we created a service called HAS, Honeypot as a Service. What it is and what it does is basically, as we spoke about honeypots, it's possible to run honeypot on your server, but you have to figure out the configuration. Probably over the time you need to keep it updated and even change the configuration. And then you will end up with a lot of sessions that you locked, and you have to figure out what to do actually with all those sessions. So what we offered people was that they can use our servers to run the honeypot and simply just direct all the attackers to our servers. We will keep our honeypot updated. We will change the configuration of the honeypot when needed. And we will use the logs to identify attackers and new trends. And we will share it inside the security community. And apart from that, even if somebody escapes from the honeypot, which in theory can happen, it's just a software. And yeah, no software has no bugs. So even if somebody escapes from that honeypot, he will escape on our servers, so no danger to you. So basically how it works, attacker tries to attack your server, but there is a simple proxy that will forward all the communication to our server. Attacker thinks that he managed to break in to your server, but he actually managed to break to honeypot, but not honeypot on your server, but honeypot on our server. Installing honeypot as a service is really easy. We have a package called HAS proxy. It's available in some Linux distributions, and in worst case, it's available in pip. You just install it, you register on our website, and then you can simply start it and wait for first attackers to come in. What you will get in the return, apart from the good feeling that you basically messed with some attackers and make their life harder, and that you contributed to security research that we are doing, you will get some statistic on our website. We have a map that shows the activity of attackers that were caught into the honeypots that our community is running. And for your own honeypots, you will get also a list of attackers that tried to attack your honeypot. With some Go information, and you can see what, how many commands they try to run, and stuff like that. And you can even inspect individual sessions and see what went through. You can see what commands they were trying to run, and you can see whether the command actually returned correctly, or if honeypot were unable to figure out what to do and did something like pretending to be broken and stuff like that. So that helps with collecting data about people trying to attack on SSH. And you can install it on any server that you have. And it solved, partially solved, one of the feedback that we got from our security program that people would like to help us collect those data. We found out that plenty of people were really interested, and it started to grow. And we had to address the other issue that was that our servers were unable to keep up with new Omnias that we were selling. So we wrote Turris Sentinel. That's our new software that is replacing the software we used for collecting those security data. We rewrote it from scratch, and when we learned from the lessons that we learned from the previous system, it started. We designed it distributed by design, and it contains all the stuff that we built into the previous system. One of the interesting part is not only the honeypot, but we also created something that we call minipots. It's basically simple services that are pretending to be vulnerable, like Telnet or HTTP server, but it doesn't emulate the whole system. It just, in case of Telnet, it asks for login and password, and then closes the connection. Similarly for HTTP, it just waits for the GET request and then closes the connection. So really simple. That simple means that there should be much less possibility of any bugs. So those are services that we are running even on people's routers. We are collecting firewall logs, and we still have the distributed firewall that I spoke about before. It's much faster already on the existing hardware, but we are able to scale it up to various servers. And when we were redesigning it, we also made sure that it's not that tightly coupled with the hardware that we gave away previously. The idea is that we want to gradually open it, similarly as we did with the HAS, because the HAS helped us to figure out that people are actually interested in sending those data to us and helping us catch the bad guys. So this thing still holds, but in reality, underneath, it's quite complex. Basically, we have some minipods that are running on the router. We have a HAS that is also running on our routers, and both data from both of those services are getting sent to our servers, where we somehow enrich those data with GeoIP information, which ASN is it coming from, and stuff like that. And we do some analysis on top of that, trying to figure out, trying to distinguish between the real bad guys and you when you forgot that you are running honeypot on your home server and try to log in just once, and yeah, we don't want to block you. So when we enrich those data, when we go through all these analyses, at the end, all these attackers end up in some scoreboard where we count for each of them how bad they are. And when they are bad enough, we issue a warning that we distribute to our network of routers. For that, we are using some dynamic firewall client that is written in Python and uses 0MQ. And actually, that's one of the first things that we opened up. And as everything that I was speaking about, it is also open source. But this thing actually makes sense to run on your server as well. You can install it either via packages. We currently have some packages for OpenSUSE. And I built some packages for RPM-based distribution, but I haven't tested them because I run just OpenSUSE. And it's a very simple Python script. You can get it from the URL up there. We also have systemd and firewalld definitions. So it can integrate nicely into firewalld and systemd. And then you can just start it once you install it. And what it does, it is downloads a certificate that we have on our HTTPS server, then uses this certificate to establish 0MQ connection to our server, and waits for the notification. First notification it waits for is a full list of current bad guys. Then it updates an IP set that it created, and keeps that IP set in sync with what server has. Because server, apart from periodically issuing full list of bad guys, it also sends the differences against the previous list. So you can use this to get real-time updates about who we found to be bad. Currently, this new system that we are working on is still kind of experimental, so we don't have that much data in there. So even the list of the bad guys is quite small, and the statistics might not be really representative, but we hope that it will grow over the time. So some statistics out of the new system, which, as I said, are not really representative, but still interesting and shows what we are trying to figure out in the end. First thing first, there is a website that you can go to and take a look by yourself. I will show it at the end. And we also made some graphs about where did we find the most attackers over some short period of time from, yeah, as I said, quite small data set. So who's attacking us the most? Which country is it? No, actually, it's United States. But China is second and Russia is third. We wanted to take a look into those data and how it actually differs. So one example that is we have Telnet and SSH connections. So who's using what? So for Telnet, China is the #1. And United States are even third. So Telnet is not popular among attackers in US. What is popular is SSH. Their US is first. So it looks like US attackers tries to use newer technologies. But yeah, then we thought that this is actually kind of unfair comparison because yeah, China is a really big country with billions of people. US is not so small as well. So we were thinking about let's divide it by a number of people that the country has. So we see how bad are citizens. So then we found Denmark. If you want to hire an attacker, then in Denmark you have the highest probability with a random person on the street. And yeah, the question is, yeah, basically, this is just for fun most of the part, because as I said, we have. Because as I said, we have just currently quite small user base, and one of the question that the guy there was asking is where are our servers located? Yeah, we have most of our probes in EU and most likely in Czech Republic, so that's another thing that will skew the results a little bit. But yeah, don't take those graphs so seriously. As I said, we have just, yeah, not that much of probes now. Once we get more probes, we will get better data. Yeah? Yeah, the question was whether we filtered out some command and conquest centers, and no, we didn't. Basically, we are looking at the data that we get from our systems, and that's, well, basically the goal of this system is to collect IPs of people that are attacking you, so we can block them. And even if it is a command and control center, yeah, we still want to block that. Yeah, one more thing that I wanted to show and we played with was, yeah, when we were trying to, well, basically when we eliminated the US and China, because they are big countries, but there's just small communities that are behaving badly, we did something similar about, we also tried to look at GDP and divided it by GDP, so where you get most attacks for GDP, and we got Denmark again, but then it differs, like Gambia, Palestine, Seychelles, while most evil persons you will get in Denmark, Cayman, Singapore. But yeah, if you want to optimize based on money, then try Denmark again, or Gambia, or Palestine. So, some fun for the end, and few pointers that you might want to look at. First link is our view of Sentinel data, the data that we are collected. I will show you that in a minute. Second one is web page about our honeypot as a service. If you want to run it, we will be really grateful to you. And then some stuff about Turris project in general, and of course link to our sources. So, how does it that Sentinel view look like? We have the map of attackers. We can see how many events. Yeah, I will. Oh, and one thing that I learned yesterday, the most important feature of all, we have a dark mode. So yeah, you can browse country by country and see how many events we received from various countries. You can see attackers' activity during the time, and we also have some top passwords that people are trying. If you are interested in the passwords, we have a separate page for that. And we have even top usernames that they are trying. And even top combinations of both. So if your password is on this list, I suggest you should change it. Apart from that, what we are doing again is we are publishing some gray list of data. So it's just a CSV with bad guys that we found. And when the bad guys is behaving good for long enough, we will take it out again. So if you are running some, for example, mail server, you might want to use it as a gray list and add some spam penalty for those IP addresses. And for the honeypot as a service, when you log in, you can see a list of your devices that are collecting data, and you can take a look at sessions that were collected by individual devices. As I shown previously, you will see who was attacking it, what username and password they used, and you can take a look at what they were trying to do there. The interesting part is that quite often there are information like download this software from somewhere and then run it, and that's what our security researchers are interested in. They take a look at the software, try to figure out what it's doing, and trying to figure out whether it is a new botnet that is trying to spread, or whether it is something old that they already knew. So, thank you for your attention, and now it's time for your questions. If you have more questions later on, we have a booth this year in Expo area, so you can drop by and talk to us about what we do or about our routers. Thank you. It says that battery is dead.
It is dead?
Battery.
Try it, because otherwise we can't. Or you could just repeat it.
Test?
Is it dead?
Yeah.
Just repeat the question.
Yeah, I will repeat the questions if you have some. Yeah.
So you're doing basic checking of IPs, that one's attempting to get into Xbox or its services. Have you tried with all the information? I know it's a small data set, but have you tried putting that into something for known compromised systems? Because for a lot of these, it looks like they're botnets and they're known variants of botnets. So you can use that to build better metrics. This is a compromised home computer. This is IoT and protecting it.
Okay, the question was whether we try to match these IP addresses that we found with already known compromised systems, right?
Well, types.
Types. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually something that I cannot answer because I don't know. Basically, how it works in our company, I'm from the Turris team, which develops the router, develops the software, and we provide the data. Then we give this data to our security researchers that do exactly that. They take a look at what this data means, whether they correlate with some known attacks, whether they are already on some blacklist and stuff. What we are trying to do with this data is we are trying to make it as automatic as possible to get them on the blacklist as soon as possible, to have them on our firewalls. Is it answer enough? Okay, thank you. Another question? Yeah? Yeah, so question is how we handle dynamic IPs. And basically, yeah. As I said, what we are trying to do is to get people on our blacklist as fast as we can. So if they appear somewhere, we are able to distribute information about new attacker within a second. And the other part is, if it's dynamic IP, it means that it might change. So the attacker will move. So the part that we are able to put him on the blacklist within the second solves the problem that he has a new IP. And the other part of the problem is that the old IP is on the blacklist, but for that, for every IP that we have currently on our blacklist, we keep the score. And if it doesn't attack anywhere, we will start lowering the score, and after a while, we will remove it from the blacklist because it might be just infected computer that got reinstalled, or it might be dynamic IP or something like that. That's how we handle that. Yep.
You produced a list of IP addresses and the scores in a kind of format that I can download and put into my own stack and try to help me, you know, rank.
Well, we don't produce a simple file with IP addresses and the score. What we produce is a simple file with IP addresses and the reason why they are on the list. So yeah, yeah, you will see whether they are on with every IP address on our gray list. You will see that whether they are there because they logged into Honeypot as a service, whether they did the port scan, whether they tried to log in over the telnet, whether they tried to connect to Honeypot as a service but didn't issue any commands and disconnected right away. So you will see what the IP address was trying to do and why is it on the blacklist. But you wouldn't see the internal score. I'm not sure whether the score might be available if you use the API. But yeah, the API that we are using to distribute the firewall is really simple. The whole dynamic firewall thing is something like 200 lines of Python. So it's really easy to integrate into different systems. Okay, any other questions? Oh, yeah. Whether we are thinking about any other honeypot apart from SSH, well, we are not thinking about honeypot as such, but we are thinking about the minipots that I mentioned, like telnet that will just ask for credentials, or the web server that is just waiting for the first GET. We also have some SMTP minipot, similarly simple. It will not accept any mails and stuff like that, but just wait for identification of the attacker and maybe some credentials again and stuff like that. That's the stuff that we currently run on the router, but we are trying to figure out a way how to make it available even for the servers. So in the future, we hope, well, we started with a dynamic firewall because that one is easy and we don't need to, well, basically we are sending the data and you decide how much you trust us and how you will incorporate it into your network. But for the collecting data about the attackers, we have to decide how much we trust you that you don't fake data. So over the time, we will make the minipots available on the servers as well with telnet, HTTP, SMTP, and other services. Okay.
Now that you guys are selling your hardware to different consumers around the world, are you running into any issues where maybe ISPs are you having any conflict with internet service providers, possibly because they recognize services as being vulnerable or blocking mail?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Question is whether we are running into troubles with ISPs because we are basically running something that looks like a vulnerable system. As far as I know, surprisingly, nobody complained about that yet. What we get complaints about from ISPs is because, as I said, one of the things that we do to improve security is we do DNSSEC validation. And what we support is running full DNS resolver on your router, because quite often DNS resolvers of your ISP are broken and even break DNSSEC and sometimes break various other requests and stuff like that. So we support running full resolver on your router. And when people do that, some ISPs complain that there's too much DNS queries going on, and they are not going to our DNS servers, and that's suspicious. You have some viruses. So that's what we get complaints about. But I haven't seen any issue when somebody would be, when ISP will be complaining about open ports and pretending to be vulnerable system. They probably check much more what's going from their network out than what's going from out into their network. Okay, any more questions? No? Then thank you for your attention. And if you have more questions, feel free to drop by at our booth and talk to us.
YouTube stream. Okay, so let's see if it shows up.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Audio check. Audio check 1 2.
But I can tell it, I mean, I can attempt to tell it to go higher now. And when it does it, is it better in extreme though?
Oh, yeah, how does it? No, well, it's still a delay right now.
Yeah, so.
But the thing is, it's cut off on the side. Here, I can see it. Right, it may show up okay, but it's either cut off.
It's still one of the core guys. But, yeah, just, this would be a good data point. If it looks good wherever they are.
Oh, then you can kind of.
Then we can figure out what's going on, yeah.
You can like window it and then shrink the window and then make it display okay?
Yeah, we could probably, yeah.
Test environment. No.
In 106, is the video any good?
Oh my God.
So you can publish your slides later and that one link it to the video or something like that. You set it so it shows up next to one.
Yeah, I guess when I mirror the projector wants it to be square. So it's when it's mirroring, I guess the projector's telling it. My max resolution is 1280 by 224.
Just for this. Yeah. Like, is yours talk like 15 minutes ago or something?
Yes. Yeah, it's starting at 15. So that's why.
Starting at 15.
That's why I come a half an hour early.
Actually, it starts about 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it starts at 3. So we have time.
Looks good. All right.
Yeah.
All right, sorry we can't fix it, but.
Oh, no, this is fine. I mean,
Okay.
it's fine for me. If you zoom the camera out, people can see slides and they can follow along on my website.
Okay, okay.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, we're gonna be in our talk. I'm sorry, I can't be here.
Yeah, I really think it's the whatever signal it's getting from the
Yeah,
projector.
it may be our fault, or it could be their projector fault, but we have no idea.
Yeah, and it's fine. It doesn't matter.
Phone's okay.
Oh yeah. Do a brief demo. Short.
Yeah, short because I have to walk back to the. Yeah, it's a big block.
It's big because it has a removable modem and Wi-Fi card. So that we had to add an extra layer to be able to remove it.
Yeah, performance is okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it has better resources than like the PinePhone would, right? Because PinePhone had to use a slightly older CPU and GPU and less
It's
RAM.
pretty smooth.
Yeah, it's relative to smooth. I mean, this hasn't been optimized yet. You have to realize that our focus has been on power management the last couple of months and in hardware support. Like the camera, we haven't written the driver for the camera yet.
Yeah.
So like that's the stage of it. So we're not worried so much. We haven't.
You
worked
can
on
bring a
optimizing.
production model next year, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
A new booth.
Yeah, yeah. But it's just a regular GNOME desktop. It's running regular apps.
It's like a shrunk down desktop I use at Fedora.
Yeah, it's like 720 by 1440, but it's scaled 2 times. So it's 360 by 720.
Okay. But it has a higher resolution.
Yeah, the screen is a higher resolution, but if you were to show the apps at the high resolution, regular Linux desktop apps, the widgets would be so small you need a stylus.
Oh, well. Great. Yes.
Yeah, so that's why we scale it that way. But apps now need to handle being in the small screen, and Linux desktop hasn't thought about that much. What they've done in the past is they say, we'll solve the problem by making mobile apps. So we have 2 apps now. We have a desktop app and a separate app that's ported. We don't want you to do that. We're saying make your desktop app so that when it's shrunken, it works fine. 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after you have that phone, you just got rid of all your other phones, right?
Not yet. So I want to. I moved my SIM over to it. So this is running my main SIM. So my phone and stuff runs on it. But I still have my old Android phone for a while until there's a couple of features I need to get working on this first before I can switch over 100%. But yeah,
throw away the old name.
I just leave it for and so maybe I'll turn into a GPS or something. I'm not sure. My old Android phone. Maybe I'll just leave it in abandoned as
Put a bunch of emulators on it and give it to your kid for something to play when he's sitting around.
He has a GPD Pocket.
He has the Pocket?
Yeah.
Nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you.
Yes.
Are you associated with the company? Yeah. Can you do something about the temperature?
I don't know.
Test. Is it? Yeah, that's working. Okay.
It's good to hear, but I can also hear your actual voice.
Yeah, I can hear something happening.
hours. Yeah. Good, good. You ready?
I'm ready. I have this on. It's off right now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Thanks.
Should I do my own introduction or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know much about you, so.
Okay, no problem. I'll do it.
Yeah.
On the hour.
Okay.
Intro, or are you good to go? Okay, it's up to you. For the Q&A, you probably know this from past years, but they like it if I can get the mic to the person before they start asking the question so that the people at home, because we're recording, can hear. If I don't make it, because it happens a lot, people start asking, if you could just repeat the question, so because otherwise people will email and say we can't hear, we're really frustrated. And then if you have any problems, just let me know. I'll be right here.
All right, well, how about we get started? Thank you, everybody, for coming. My name is Kyle Rankin, and I'm the Chief Security Officer for a company called Purism. We make security and privacy-focused hardware, like laptops and phones, that runs free software. In addition to that, I, in the past, have written a number of technical books, most recently one called Linux Hardening in Hostile Networks, and up until recently, wrote for Linux Journal while I was around. So, all right. Yeah, that's exciting. Cool. Okay. But today we are going to talk about a piece of software called Heads. So as a little introduction, for starters, I am not a BIOS, UEFI, or TPM expert by any means. In fact, I would say the resident expert in that is giving a talk in the other building right now, Matthew Garrett, on similar things in a way. So if you have detailed questions about that, he's your man. That said, I do have some experience with things like core boot and Libre boot. So that is the smallest picture ever. Okay, let's see if we can make that bigger. Impossible, doesn't matter. That's really odd. Anyway, so that's a very small picture of me connecting a Pomona clip to my ThinkPad X200. The other side of it is connected to a Raspberry Pi, and I was using that to flash core boot for the first time on a ThinkPad. Usually ThinkPads, they don't allow you to do a software flash as the precursor to installing core boot. So if you want core boot on them, usually you have to open them up, find out which of the small chips is the BIOS chip, attach a clip to it, and then run some pretty scary software and do some pretty scary things the first time and hope that you didn't brick anything. So I have done that in the past. That was sort of my entry into running core boot. So just over 2 years ago, I joined Purism to help work on security and of the products in a lot of different avenues, really. And in particular, my first assignment when I got there was integration with heads. The company had announced, a year before, I believe, Tremel Hudson had given a talk at CCC where he introduced the heads project that he had created. And I saw that, and Purism saw that, and thought, well, that would be really great because the laptops already run core boot, and this also uses core boot. It would be really great to get that working on the laptops. And so when I joined, this was my first assignment was, let's get heads working on our laptops. So even though I'm by no means an expert, I had to get ramped up pretty quickly on how all of these different pieces fit together. So for the purposes of this talk, what I'm going to talk about is, one, why tamper-evident boot matters to begin with. Why will we go to the trouble of doing this? Why is it important? Then I'm going to dive into how heads works, how it achieves the things that it claims to achieve. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the usability challenges when you enable a system like this that detects tampering. There's actually some relatively challenging usability challenges with it, especially because it was originally created for security experts. And over time, as we've wanted to get in the hands of more people, we've had to do a lot of changes to it to make it more usable. So why does it even matter? Why do we really care about detecting tampering in the boot process? So, I mean, there's all kinds of different ways to attack a system. More commonly, you might go to some sort of malicious website, open a malicious attachment, bad executable, someone finds a vulnerability on your system some other way and compromises it and just uses your resources remotely. There's all kinds of different avenues into the system. But if you are an attacker, most attackers have a goal to persist in the system in a way that you can't detect. So it's not just about doing something once on your system. Ideally, they'd like to stay in the system as long as they can without you knowing that they're there. The longer that they are in there, the more they can potentially use your resources, depending on how they're going to use your machine. Some attacks are easier to detect than others. So someone who is mining Bitcoins on your machine is pretty easy to detect because your fan starts kicking on sometimes, or if you're on a laptop, maybe your battery life is draining down. Sometimes attackers it's very obvious that they're on there. Then there are some less obvious ways to detect. Sometimes attackers will modify your important system binaries. So they might modify bash, for instance. So when you execute bash, you're executing a backdoor version of bash. That's more challenging to detect, but you can go into the system and compare that version of bash with a known good version of bash and see whether it's been modified. But when we're talking about BIOS and kernel and initRD backdoors, they're the hardest to detect. And the reason that they're so difficult to detect reminds me of one of my favorite quotes by Emo Phillips, where he says, I once thought that the brain was the most wonderful organ in the human body, and then I remembered who was telling me this. So the worst part about a kernel and an initRD backdoor or a BIOS backdoor is when you want to test whether something's been backdoored, you're asking the system that's been backdoored whether it's been backdoored or not. And if it's been backdoored, it will say, yeah, everything's fine. There's no malware here. Everything's good. And you're like, oh, okay. Whereas if we're talking just about a binary on the system, otherwise, you can ask it without, if there's no kernel backdoor, you can check bin bash, and it won't report that it's been you can see whether it's been backdoored. If the kernel's been compromised, kernel rootkits help attackers obscure those kinds of checks. So you can check bin bash to see whether it's been backdoored, and it will report everything's fine. It will hide, a kernel rootkit can hide processes running on the system and all that sort of thing. So it's way more difficult to detect at that level of tampering. When you go to the BIOS, even more so, because most people don't really have the means to test whether the BIOS is legitimate or not. The thing is that the entire trust of your system is anchored in the boot code. The very first binary that's executed on your system starts the trust in the system, and everything else is hinging off of that. If you can't trust the BIOS, then you can't trust the kernel that it loads. If you can't trust the kernel that it loads, then you can't trust the executables further down on the system. Again, you're asking these things that you can't trust whether everything's okay. So you have to have some way to verify that those things that all of your trust is anchoring in are trustworthy first. So in particular, if you can't trust the boot process, when you first boot a system these days, hopefully, you use systems like disk encryption. And so at some point early on when you first use your computer, you're going to be typing in some kind of a secret, either a disk decryption passphrase or maybe just a login. But either way, when you first turn on the system, you're entering a secret that you probably don't want to share. And so if you can't trust the boot process, if someone can backdoor that, then those secrets are put at risk. And if those secrets are exposed, then someone can use those secrets to get further entrance into your system. So to trust the boot process, we need some way to detect that someone has tampered with that code while having access to the system in some way. And there's a lot of different approaches for this. And so that's a lot about what this talk's going to cover. So UEFI Secure Boot is one of the most popular approaches. There's a number of different ways to secure the boot process, but this is the most common. And on most of the systems that people have, this is what's being used. And it's by far the most popular method these days. So usually when people think about this, they associate UEFI Secure Boot with Windows. And it's true that it was started mostly to secure the Windows boot process. But it can be used and is being used with Linux as well. Although when it was first announced, there was certainly a lot of fright within the Linux community about how this is going to be used to prevent people from running Linux on systems altogether. I mean, Slashdot was, I'm sure, very upset, and there's all kinds of stuff going on. There's a lot of fears about how this technology could be misused. So far, it hasn't really borne out that that's been the case, though. So what this does is UEFI Secure Boot ensures that boot firmware, so the first code that executes on the computer, has been signed using with a signature that the vendor has provided. Only executables that have a proper signature are allowed to run. So this works kind of similar to public key cryptography or certificates if you ever visit a HTTPS website. So the firmware on your system would have a public key that corresponds to a private key that only the vendor should have and is a secret. The vendor then signs executables using their private key, and and this executable provides a signature. And when UEFI Secure Boot, before it runs this firmware, it compares the signature it has and the software that it's about to run with the public key that it has built into it. If the signature checks out, then it's trusted. And again, it's important to underscore that the way that this enforces things is it doesn't allow an executable that has a bad signature to run. Usually Microsoft has sort of spearheaded this, this approach, and usually vendor signatures are provided by Microsoft. It was initially used to protect Microsoft Windows when it was booting, and like I said, it's been extended since then. So the way that it's been extended is if you want any code to execute using UEFI Secure Boot, you need to get the vendor to sign it. And so Red Hat and Ubuntu have worked with Microsoft to get a shim, essentially a boot shim, signed. And the way that they work is you boot the system, the shim gets executed that's trusted, and then that shim allows them to load the rest of the Linux boot process. Let me, hold on a second, let me move this mic back here. I'm getting a lot of feedback here. All right. So the thing about Secure Boot is it enforces things by disallowing you to, it will block executables that aren't signed. So if you happen to use a distribution that hasn't worked with Microsoft to get a shim signed, it won't work. You won't be able to boot it. For instance, Debian is currently working on getting a shim signed, but to my knowledge, they haven't. Maybe the very latest stable release just got a shim signed. I'm not exactly, someone maybe can check on that. But last I checked, the last time I tested this, they hadn't. And I tested this by, at Purism, sometimes we will evaluate hardware. And one time we got this sort of low-cost hardware that we were seeing how PureOS ran on it, which is the operating system based on Debian that we have. And so we got this hardware, sort of small, low-cost hardware that you might, you can see, you see small computers like this all the time. And we went to install PureOS, and we plug in the USB, and we try to boot off of it, and it refuses to boot. And we say, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. I bet Secure Boot's enabled. PureOS, like Debian, hasn't had a shim signed by Microsoft, so I'm sure Secure Boot's just stopping it. No problem. Usually you can go into the firmware settings and turn off Secure Boot. So you're sort of presented with this option. You can either have zero security, or you can turn on Secure Boot and boot signed things. So we go to turn it off, and it turns out this particular piece of firmware didn't implement a configuration setting for Secure Boot. It was always on by default. There was no option to remove it or to disable it in this system, which meant this system could only run software that had been signed. So in addition to Secure Boot is a system called Intel Trusted Boot. And the way that this works is it uses the TPM to verify that only trusted code has been executed. What the TPM is that it's an acronym that stands for Trusted Platform Module. And it's a discrete security chip on some motherboards. On other motherboards, it's sort of implemented on the CPU itself. But it depends on the vendor. Often it's a discrete chip that's separate from the CPU, and ideally it's a discrete chip. It acts kind of like a hardware security module if you're familiar with those. What I mean by that is it is a standalone chip that can generate keys by itself. It can store keys securely. It's tamper resistant. And it can perform its own cryptographic operations slowly. It's not a super fast chip. You're not going to mine bitcoins on a TPM. But it can perform slow operations. And it can do it with its own keys. And this is important because it's this discrete chip that can perform this cryptography on itself with its own keys. Keys never leave this chip. So once they're generated on the chip, there's no way to extract them to see what they are for an attacker to get access to them. They all stay on the device. So the way that Intel Trusted Boot uses this is it stores measurements of executed code on the TPM, and TPM has these registers called Platform Configuration Registers, or PCRs. As code gets executed, it gets hashed with the previous measurement of what had been executed and stored in these various registers. Then the TPM compares those measurements with known good measurements from back when you first registered these executables. And if they match, then the TPM will allow you to unlock a secret that it has been storing on itself. So for instance, some people will use this software to store a disk decryption key. So instead of requiring a user to remember a passphrase to decrypt a disk, the disk will use encryption, but the key is stored in the TPM only. And then the idea behind this is that if an attacker were to modify the firmware, then the firmware wouldn't match these measurements. The TPM would not release the disk decryption secret, and then therefore you wouldn't be able to boot the system and get access to your employees' data, things like that. And if you combine Intel Trusted Boot with Secure Boot, you can use both to detect all kinds of different tampering in boot time executables, whether it's a firmware backdoor or all kinds of other bugs or malware that might be used in firmware. Combined, this can detect it and block it from running. That said, there's a number of limitations to this system. So first is that it requires signatures with keys usually under other people's control. Usually Microsoft is the one that, that you need to sign these. Now it's true that you can take it upon yourself to sign executables and replace the keys that are on the system with your own keys. However, the moment that you do that, if you decide you want to boot Windows or Red Hat or Ubuntu with Secure Boot enabled, you need to go and re-sign all of the boot executables that you would want to execute with your new keys before it would be allowed to run. And to my knowledge, there have been some projects where people have tested this and attempted to do this, but they're not very widespread, and it's pretty difficult. It's possible, but difficult enough that most people don't bother trying to replace these keys because, again, it would prevent all kinds of normal operating systems from booting on the system without you going to the trouble of signing them.
The TPM has a certain number of registers that can be filled. Are any of those empty so you can add a key without having to delete the pre-existing ones?
So the question was the TPM has a number of different platform control registers that can store different values, and the question was whether you could use, perhaps if they're zeroed out, perhaps you can use one or two of them to store extra keys. The answer is that different TPM chips have the ability to store multiple keys, and what I don't know is whether you can, if you want to add additional keys, whether you can add additional keys without replacing the existing keys. I believe you have to replace the existing keys with the ones that you're adding. Otherwise, an attacker with access to the system could just add extra keys in addition, and you wouldn't be able to detect that change, right? So the other limitation to this is that all of the software uses proprietary and closed code, which means that you can't change it if for some reason you don't like the behavior of the system. It also means that you can't audit it. This is the fundamental system that you're using for trust, to anchor trust in your laptop or other computer, and it's all based on code that you can't audit. So you're hoping that it doesn't have either a backdoor or some other problem. And this is a problem because there have historically been biases in recent memory that have shipped from the manufacturer with malware on them, or at least security bugs where it's been questionable whether it was intentional malware or an accidental bug. So this is a legitimate problem. The other limitation with this is that, in particular with Secure Boot, what this proves is that the computer is executing code that has a valid signature. It's not proving that it's executing the same code. So this means that it's proving that someone somewhere blessed the code that it's executing. But someone could have modified it. If someone is running a different version of code that maybe has a vulnerability that has since been patched, an attacker could replace like a recent executable without, if you're not using Trusted Boot, you could use an old, out-of-date, buggy with a security hole executable, and the system would allow it because it's not necessarily testing whether things have changed. The other thing is you're basically anchoring your trust ultimately in the security of Microsoft's signing keys. So if for some reason those keys were leaked, or they were shared under compulsion, or things like that, anyone with access to those keys could create legitimate binaries that Secure Boot would allow and would execute for you. And you wouldn't necessarily know. It could very well, if an attacker had access to those keys, they could create a legitimate looking piece of firmware that has a backdoor in it that Secure Boot would execute because the signatures would match. It had been signed with a legitimate key. This is the same sort of problem that happens when insecure certificate authorities get hacked and someone uses the access to the certificate authority's private keys to generate legitimate certificates that all browsers trust for well-known websites that everyone visits. The other limitation with this is that this only validates executables. Secure Boot's designed to validate things that are executing on the system. It doesn't validate the initRD, in particular when it comes to Linux. It doesn't validate the initRD, which is the initial small root file system that the Linux kernel loads that allows it to bootstrap the rest of the system. Secure Boot doesn't protect against modifications to the initRD. It also doesn't protect against modifications to your grub settings, for instance. And this is important because sometimes people use grub settings to enable or disable certain kernel options that they don't want, that impact the security of the system. And if an attacker can modify grub, they can append extra options to grub to re-enable insecure options or disable your security options. Most importantly, it's not under the user control. This system is, like many security systems these days, if you were to ask a vendor to build you a security system, 9 times out of 10, they will create one that coincidentally requires you to anchor your trust in the vendor almost wholly, and you have to therefore give them control, and you hope that they are secure enough. And the idea is, well, you don't know what you're doing, and we know what we're doing, and so all you need to do is give us all of your trust, and everything will be fine. If you choose that you would like some fraction of that trust back, then you have to turn off the system, and you have to disable the security measure. And that, to me, that's a problem. Which leads us to a piece of software called Heads. So Heads is free software. It's firmware that provides similar features to Secure and Trusted Boot combined, but it approaches it in a different way. So this uses the open source core boot firmware as a bias to initialize hardware. So if you haven't used core boot before, it's a open source firmware that would replace your traditional boot firmware on a system. It's compatible with a lot of different computers out there now. And it allows you to boot a system without using the provided vendor BIOS or UEFI firmware. There's an important distinction here. What Heads does is provides tamper detection. It does not provide tamper proofing. And the distinction there is important. Tamper proofing is a system that stops someone from tampering with a file or a thing. Tamper detection doesn't stop an attacker from tampering with the system. It simply makes it difficult for them to tamper in an undetectable way. So think of it like a tamper-evident seal that you might have on an envelope or a package or something else. That security safeguard is vulnerable to a box cutter, right? You can, or one of those tamper-proof, any kind of tamper-proofing, typically a wire cutter or a knife will defeat it. But that's not the point. The point is that if you were to use a box cutter and slice open the tamper-evident seal, it would be obvious that someone had done that. What's difficult is to make it appear though it hasn't been opened. And this is the same sort of thing. The goal of Heads is not to prevent someone from being able to modify the firmware. Anyone with physical access to the system can modify the firmware. The goal is to make it difficult to do that in a way that you can't detect when you get back to the machine. So the way that this works is it uses the TPM chip on the system, although we actually have a version of this that doesn't even necessarily require a TPM. And it uses signing keys that are under the user's control. So all of the keys that are involved in protecting the boot process are your keys that you generate and you determine, and can change at any point without impacting the security of the system. Heads it starts by being able to detect tampering in the firmware. It can extend itself to also detecting tampering in the kernel, also the initRD, and it extends all the way down into grub. And actually all of the files that are in the /boot directory, it can detect tampering in. Because it relies on core boot, and core boot has a limited amount of hardware support, Heads also has, at most, it can support hardware that core boot would support, but in reality, you need the cross-section of hardware that supports core boot, plus enough people that are interested in Heads to port the Heads system to a piece of hardware. So as a result, today, the hardware support is relatively limited. So for the most part, the most common set of hardware that runs heads is either ThinkPad X220 or X230 series, or Purism Librem laptops are the main pieces of hardware. There's also a couple of different servers, like Purism has a server, and there's a couple of other server hardware that can run heads. All right, so let's talk a little bit through how this works. Since we've talked about UEFI and trusted boot, Heads approaches this completely differently. So first what Heads does is first core boot runs. Core boot's the boot firmware. It's the very first piece of code that gets executed. As it runs, it loads Heads as its main payload. So what core boot does typically, if you're not using Heads, is it has a BIOS-like system, typically something called cBIOS, that when you boot core boot, it executes this program and it looks like a normal BIOS. And cBIOS allows you to see the bootable disks on your system. You can tell it to boot from USB if the USB is present, and do basic BIOS-like operations. Some systems like LibreBoot, because cBIOS can contain binary blobs or not 100% free software, systems like LibreBoot go a step further and have core boot load grub directly, because grub can detect hardware and boot into hardware without needing any sort of intermediary. So LibreBoot loads grub directly. So instead of those two executables, core boot loads the head system and executes it. Heads is actually its own little miniature Linux system. On Purism laptops, we have 16 megs of flash to play with. On some ThinkPads, you have 4 to 8, depending on how new it is. That's not a whole lot of room, but it's a whole embedded Linux system in that 4 to 16 megs of flash. It has its own kernel, and its own initRD, and its own user space, actually. It's pretty fun. And the way that it works is it detects tampering in 2 different stages. So stage 1 is it uses the TPM chip on the system to prove that Heads itself has not been tampered with. So it uses that discrete chip, and we'll talk about how that works in a second. But stage 1 is you need to know, has someone modified Heads? Because you have to realize if someone can change Heads, they can say, yes, there hasn't been any tampering, everything's fine. So you have to figure out some way to trust Heads first, because then you're going to use Heads to verify the rest of the system hasn't been tampered with, which is stage 2. So within Heads is a GPG keyring. And all of the boot files have been signed with that GPG key, with the private GPG key, and Heads uses the GPG keyring within it to verify those files before it boots. So step 1, you have to trust Heads, and by trusting Heads, hasn't been modified, you trust that someone hasn't injected their own public key into the keyring. And then step 2 is to use that public key, that keyring, to verify the rest of the system. If everything checks out, then Heads will read the grub config, and it boots. Previously, when you set it up, you pick a default kernel and initRD options to load, and it boots into it. If everything checks out, for the most part, Heads behaves a lot like, it looks a lot like grub would look. It's about as easy to use in default, everything's working great, as grub. You turn on the system and hit enter, and it boots. In fact, we're actually working now on to make it automatically boot if everything's okay within a certain amount of time. So let's start with detecting tampering within Heads itself. So stage 1 is we use the TPM to prove that Heads itself hasn't been tampered with. And this is challenging because you're asking the system in a way to prove that you're challenging the system to prove that it hasn't been tampered with. So how do you do that? So first, in the TPM stores hashes of known good executables in those platform configuration registers. So at some point when you first set this up, you register the known good measurements for the code, the Heads code that you're going to execute, and it stores those. In addition to that, it generates a TOTP/HOTP secret using a piece of software that Matthew Garrett wrote called TPM TOTP. And what this does is it runs on the command line, and TPM TOTP generates a long secret and stores that secret in the TPM. And it also will generate to the screen, it outputs a QR code. And so let's back up and talk a little bit about this, about TOTP and HOTP. If you've ever used two-factor authentication applications on your phone, that generate a 6-digit code that changes every, like 30 seconds, then you've used TOTP. So that's a time-based one-time password. And what that does is it combines the shared secret that you have in the case of a phone app. Your phone has a copy of the secret. The remote system, if you're using this for a website, the remote server has a copy of the secret. You both combine that secret with the current time and generate a 6-digit code. In the case of websites, if you're using a 2-factor authentication system, you're giving them your 6-digit code and authenticating to the website. The website takes your code and says, does this match what I made? If it matches the code I generated, then you must have a copy of the secret key and be legitimate, so it allows you on. In this case, it flips it on its head. So, no pun intended. Well, pun always intended. So with heads, the system is authenticating itself to you. So when it boots, it will generate a 6-digit code and show it to you. And then you get your phone out and generate the 6-digit code using your authentication application and compare them. If it matches, then that's evidence that it has been tampered with. We'll talk about why here in a second. Because what happens is as heads boots, it starts sending measurements of itself to the TPM, and it's storing them in these platform control registers. Each different PCR is assigned to different stages of the boot code, and as it progresses through the process, there's different PCRs that get allocated with measurements. And like I said before, it takes the current hash and combines it with the previous hash and combines it with a hash of the current executable and stores it in that register. So what happens is the TPM, the shared secret that you may have set up before, is only unlocked if all of these hashes match. So if someone were to modify one of the hashes in heads, the measurements won't match anymore, and the TPM will not release that secret. If they all match, then the TPM releases that secret. So the way that this typically works these days is instead of using that 2-digit code, because the downside with using a phone to authenticate your computer is most people will not do it. If we say, well, every time you boot your computer, all you got to do is turn it on, get your phone out, unlock your phone, launch your authentication app, wait for the 30 seconds to refresh, and then compare your 6-digit code. And if it matches, then hit enter. Most people will probably do that once. They might do it twice. Or they might do it when they feel that they are particularly at risk. But for the most part, people will get tired of that pretty quickly and just hit enter and say, don't worry about it. So in light of that, we thought about that and said, well, what would be better is if we somehow were able to integrate this with a hardware dongle of some kind. So we worked with NitroKey to create either a NitroKey or a Librem key can integrate with heads in this way. And what it does is it plugs into the USB port, and it uses, instead of TOTP, it uses a protocol called HOTP. So TOTP is basically an implementation of HOTP. And the way the HOTP works is very similar. It has a shared secret, but instead of the current time, it has an auto-incrementing counter that it always uses. So it'll combine the secret with, say, the counter set to 10 right now. It'll 10. Both sides have a copy of the incremented counter, and they have a copy of the secret. They combine them. If they match, then they both increment the counter and move on. In the case of TOTP, it's the same thing. It's just the auto-incrementing counter is the time, and the time is always incrementing. So what we decided to do is because the Librem key or a Nitro key doesn't have a battery and a clock of its own, there's no point in having it try to use TOTP because it would have to ask the system what time is it. Screen that you can take a picture of. You also plug in your key, and your system will send a copy of the shared secret over USB to be stored in the key, along with negotiating the counter to start with. Then the next time you boot your system, if everything matches, it generates a 6-digit code. It generates in the TOTP code, it shows to the screen. The HOTP code, it sends over USB to your key. The key itself can generate its own version. It has its own copy of the secret, and it compares what it was given with what it generated itself. If it matches, it blinks a bright green light. If it doesn't match, it blinks a bright red light. And the idea is to make this very easy for anybody to validate the security of their system. So you turn on the machine, you plug in your key, and if it's green, you're good. If it's red, you're bad. It's a lot easier than having to take out a phone and use an app. That said, if you lose your key, one of the nice things about heads is it doesn't lock you out of your system in any of these stages. Traditionally, secure boot systems default to, if there's some sort of problem, shut it down. You can't do anything. In this case, it's more alerting you to tampering, and then you can decide yourself with your own hardware what do you want to do. So if you lose your key, you can still validate the security of this by falling back to that TOTP code. At that point, if you lose your key or don't have it, you can get the app out and compare those 6 digits. And then maybe you get a new key later and you can re-enroll a new key. I already talked about that. So if heads changes in some way, whether legitimately or illegitimately, the measurements for heads will change, and therefore the TPM won't unlock the code, and so it won't be able to generate a secret and will report an error, and your key won't blink any color at all because it's not receiving a code. Otherwise, if the attacker is more clever and they modify the TPM, say they reflash it with their own software, or not their own software, but they change all of the keys in the TPM they modify the firmware, they store new measurements in the TPM. Well, whenever you change the TPM and take ownership of it, it erases whatever it currently had in it. That includes whatever shared secret you had before. So now it has to generate a new secret. If the attacker does that, that 6-digit code's not going to match what your key has or your phone has, and so you'll be able to detect it. So once we get to this point, Heads is able to prove that it hasn't been tampered with through a green light or the TOTP code matching. And once you trust Heads, then we can move on to protecting boot. So this uses GPG keys. So the second stage is to use the GPG keys that you provided Heads to prove that files in boot are not tampered with. The way that it does this is Heads itself contains a sort of a classic GPG key ring. It's in the home directory. It's like any other GPG key ring. In fact, within that 4 to 16 megs of flash is a stripped down version of GPG along with all kinds of like your standard command line tools. So what that means you can do is you can store the private parts of your GPG key on some sort of hardware smart card. So Librem key, Nitro key, UB keys, et cetera, they all work. Anything that can store that can act like an OpenPGP smart card and store GPG private keys could work for this. So Heads also stores configuration files in boot that keep track of various things like your default boot selection, things like that, and it signs those with your private key. In addition, it takes checksums of all the files in boot, puts those in a file, and signs that file with your private key as well. When you boot and you trust your firmware now, before it boots into the OS, it scans through all of /boot and checks all of those checksums against the checksums you have in the file, and also checks the signature on that file to make sure it hasn't been modified. If all of that matches, then it knows that no files in boot have been changed, and that includes kernels and initRD and your grub config. If the attacker were to install a rootkit, it would modify one of those files, right? It would modify either the initRD or the kernel itself, and Heads will see that, and it'll complain that a signature didn't match, and it will alert you to that and won't boot. Again, you can choose to bypass this. We don't lock you out of the system, but it will alert you to that something's been detected. So the thing about this is it presents some usability challenges when you're creating a system like this that you have to be really thoughtful about. And the challenge with security over the last couple of decades is, for the most part, a lot of people have come up with security systems without thinking about the end user, like password schemes. Password schemes are the worst example of this, where people didn't really think about how end users would interpret password policy and just thought about what they wanted to accomplish. So if your system is fine and nothing has changed, Heads is as easy as using grub. You boot the system, hit enter, and your system boots. It's very simple. The challenge comes when something changes on the system. Alert fatigue is real, and it's a very big challenge when you're using something like Heads, because sometimes your system does change. If you're in a system that never changes, then it's perfectly easy.
So first, if you ever choose to reflash your BIOS, for instance, with a updated version, which is relatively rare, but if you do that, you also need to update the shared secret between your phone and your phone or your key. The reason you need to do that is all the measurements have now changed. So when the measurements change, you also have to update the secret and resync. So that means if I flash the BIOS, I then get prompted at the next boot, hey, you flashed the BIOS. And by the way, you can flash the BIOS from within the BIOS with heads. It includes flash ROM, which allows you to update it within itself, which is pretty nice. But if you do that, it'll say, hey, the BIOS has changed. I'm built to detect this. And say, yes, I know. That's fine. I need to update the measurements. So it will ask you to present your Nitro key or Librem key and plug it in, enter in an admin code for that, and reset the shared secret. If you change files in boot, you have to plug in your smart card because you need to re-sign all of those files that have changed with an updated signature. So that's an extra step that you have to think about. The challenge here is how do you tell legitimate changes from attacks? In particular, if you don't reboot very often. Some OSs don't reboot in between updates. And some people have a badge of honor at the uptime on their laptop because they just can apply. It's kind of nice that in Linux, for the most part, you can update software if it's not the kernel without rebooting. The challenge is telling those legitimate changes from attacks. So with BIOS warnings, it's not a big deal because for the most part, people don't update their BIOS maybe ever. They might do it once if there's some particular security vulnerability they hear about. So it's relatively rare. And so for the most part, if you boot your system and it says the BIOS has changed, heads is detected, is not able to verify and your key blinks red, you know there's a big problem. You're not necessarily going to get alert fatigue with that. That makes sense. The challenge is in /boot because the initrd and grub files change relatively frequently as you update your system. If you update your kernel, these files change. If you change your grub config in any way, obviously, these files change. On a lot of systems, a surprising number of packages will cause the initrd to be updated. Packages you may not even expect to do this. And so as a result, if you use heads on a system and you do a package update, you may get an alert before it boots into the system again that the initrd has changed. It's relatively common. So the challenge is telling legitimate versus illegitimate changes. So one simple way to do this would be to say, if the files are the same before the package updates, and they're only changed after you've applied an update, it's probably legitimate. So the way you would do that is maybe take a set of checksums for files, store them somewhere, do a package update, and then compare them afterwards. And that's one approach. If after you've, so if the files were different before you applied the package manager, then there's possibly tampering. This is less of a problem on systems that use something like PackageKit, which will reboot in between updates, which is nice because it reboots into more of a secure, stripped-down, limited environment, applies updates, then reboots again. If you're on a system like PureOS does this, where typically you'll get a prompt that, hey, you have system updates, would you like to apply them? And it reboots and applies them. That works very well with heads because you first boot, you reboot, you see that head says everything looks good, the boot files haven't been changed, the firmware hasn't been changed. Then you go and apply updates, and then when you reboot, it says, hey, this file and this file have changed. And it makes sense to you because you know that you were about to update the kernel or whatever. And so you feel more comfortable then re-signing files in boot. The other challenge is, so what should a user actually do if they detect tampering? It depends. Some users are sophisticated and savvy that are using the system. And if it says it's been tampered with, they can take measures into their own hands. Maybe remove the hard drive and inspect that with a certain set of tools on another trusted system, or they might be able to check the firmware in some way to see what has been modified and why. Maybe even go to the trouble of doing a hardware flash if they don't necessarily trust the system to flash itself. A less sophisticated user may or may not know what to do. So in our case, putting my purism hat on for a second, that means on our side we end up providing support for people who would run into this. Of course, the challenge is how to tell whether it's saying this because they just did a package update or not. And that's one of the bigger challenges. Basically, the key is to have sane defaults, have it be as simple as it possibly can be, and have it just sort of make sense what settings you have in place. And then when you do have an alert, providing actionable information. So not just to say, warning, warning, there's a problem, but say, here's what I think has happened. This is likely this or likely that, and then give the user a couple of basic options of what they want to do. And there's still a lot of improvement in heads to be done along this line. There's a lot of UI. My team has put a lot of focus on improving the user experience on heads from what it was before we started. And it's come a long way, but there's a long way to go as well before I would feel comfortable saying everybody should install it by default instead of core boot. So what's the current status? We have some somewhat limited hardware support still, because again, it's the cross-section of things that run core boot and also things that people that are so interested in security they want to run heads are willing to port heads over to. So what that means is it started with the X220 and 230, and that's very popular. The challenge with that is to first put it on the system, you need to hardware flash. So that means getting a BeagleBone or a Raspberry Pi or something, Pomona Clip or some other system that allows you to flash firmware, and then opening your laptop, performing surgery essentially on it. And once you get the first hardware flash going and have core boot on it, from that point you can then flash over software. But that's a big roadblock for a lot of people. They don't necessarily want to go to that trouble. As a result of that, that started sort of like a cottage industry where both NitroKey and a company called Insurgo are offering used X230s that they have then taken and gone to the trouble of reflashing with heads for you, and then getting it all set up and ready for you. Also, Purism is another company that supports this. So we have it as part of our, you can either choose regular core boot, or if you choose what we call pure boot, which is heads plus a bunch of other stuff, we will pre-install it on a system and support it on all of our laptops and also our server line. It's just a pre-install option. If people select that, they have to select it with a key, and at the factory, we basically set it all up with the key and get it all set up and send it to people. And as I mentioned this before, right now, a lot of the core efforts in heads, a lot of the changes you're seeing are either around better hardware support. There are people that have laptops that want heads to run on it, and they're starting to try to port it, or it's work on just improving the overall UI to make it easier to use. All right, well, let's see if we can do a demo. This means changing the video output to a different laptop. So let's see what happens. Da, da, da. All right, so I'm going to turn on the system. It probably will take a second to pick up there. But what's going to happen, I'm going to turn this, look right here if you can. Okay, it's starting to boot. You may or may not be able to see a little green light flashing for a second here. The front row can, in the back, who knows, LEDs. But basically, this green light is telling me that this is a safe system. And you can see the overall interface here. So when I see that green light, I trust the system. I can hit enter now and could go into heads and start booting. Otherwise, there's options like you might see in a regular BIOS, except it's a little different because this is a full-on Linux user space. We can do all kinds of stuff. So in many ways, this offers me with a customer support hat on an easier way to get people out of problems in their system, because the recovery console is a full-on Linux user space. So there's way more options than you would have, say, in a grub command line to fix a system. So there's all kinds of options. You can see different boot options. This allows you to boot off of USB, things like that. There's even a whole suite of, for example, let's go down and look at GPG options, where I can see the current status of the GPG keyring and change keys and generate keys and do all that sort of thing. Of course, I can also drop to a shell and run GPG on the command line if I really wanted to. Let's go back to the main system. All right. But let's say that we want to simulate an attacker. All right. So how will we do that? Well, the best way to quickly simulate an attacker is for me to remove this key. So let's say I have this, and say the attacker comes in and wants to, and will overwrite the TPM with its own set of measurements, all right? Generate a new shared secret. So the way that we do that is we go into HOTP options, and we say they generate a new secret. So now when I generate the new secret, it's going to erase my old secret and replace it with a new one. Do I want to proceed? Yes. There's a QR code. It's trying to talk to my Librem key. It can't because I'm not plugging it in. I say, OK. It's begging me. I say no. Doesn't like it. And then it reboots or resets. So now it's asking me to plug it back in, right? So it gives me a little warning when you don't have it plugged in. But again, it doesn't stop you from booting. You can lose this and still boot your system if you want. So what we're going to do now is now I will turn it off, turn the system back on with the Librem key plugged in. All right. All right, here we go. So now because the secret, the key still has the old secret, the laptop has a new secret, they don't match, it's going to send a different 6-digit code. And when it does, get a red screen, but more importantly, you get a little red blinky light, all right? And we've configured the firmware here so the blinky light blinks as long as it's plugged in. So even if some people we've said, well, what if I'm red-green colorblind? How can I deal with that? Well, the green light only flashes a limited number of times and then stops. The red light never stops. So as long as it's plugged in, it will continue flashing red until you unplug it. So that's another indicator. We've also modified the case on this to be translucent. And the idea there is on a server product, you could even potentially have this plugged in and visible through a security camera, and remotely boot and then check and be able to see, because it's relatively bright, whether it's red or green when you first boot into a system by looking through the camera. But again, we do the red screen here, but this could be lies. So you should never really look at the screen. You can't trust the computer. What you can trust is this key, because the idea is this key goes in your pocket. If you take your laptop and you go travel somewhere remotely and leave your laptop in your hotel room, the key doesn't go in your hotel room. The key stays in your pocket. Levi's Jeans actually have implemented a pocket for us for the Librem key. It's like small. It's above the main right side pocket. And it fits perfectly in this specially made pocket. And so you walk around with it in this pocket. And then when you come back, I wonder if the evil maid has compromised my laptop. You plug in the key, you turn on the system, and if it blinks green, you know that it's fine. If it blinks red, you know it's questionable. Especially this is valuable on trips because for the most part, you shouldn't be updating software, especially if you're going to go travel overseas with your corporate laptop. It's not a good time to install updates, right? So typically, you should leave with a sealed, locked system. You go travel. When you come back, you can plug in your key and verify that everything is the same. And if it's not, you know you have a really good indication that something might be not be legitimate. All right. Well, that's. Let's see if this even works. This is even more questionable whether I can plug this back in here. Hey. All right, so let's open it up to questions, which means we're going to hand you the mic. And then if anyone has any questions, raise your hand, and I have one back there.
A lot of us are interested in security, not of x86, 64 necessarily, but ARM devices for IoT and robotics and so forth. A lot of those systems are safety critical, and so maybe even more important to check the validity of artifacts than laptops. Mm-hmm. Heads itself is running in these systems on a microcontroller that's x86 64, is that right? What is Heads itself running on? And then another just real quick question is, an alternative to preventing Heads from being tampered with is blowing fuses, as opposed to this sort of validity check. I mean, blowing fuses isn't completely undefeatable, but requires a high level of expertise.
Okay, yeah, so there's two questions. I'll just repeat the questions. So the first question has to do about Heads on non-x86 platforms. So and also what Heads is running on this. So Heads is running on the BIOS chip, which is like an STM. It's not x86. It's running on its own little discrete chip. I'm not familiar enough with electronics to know exactly which platform it is, but I do know that when we build Heads, we cross-compile it. Yes, if you go to the heads page, yeah, the question was, is it on these resources? Yeah, if you go to the official heads page, you should be able, and download the code, you should be able to see what platform it's cross-compiling for. Ultimately, if you wanted to port heads to any other platform, there's nothing specifically x86 specific about it. There's a lot of assumptions that you're running on a system that's using core boot. So if you're going to an ARM platform that doesn't use core boot, then what you would need to do is in that platform, whatever boot firmware that the first little bit of code that gets executed would lead to boot the heads kernel, and then within user space, and you would have to approximate how you're going to either use the equivalent of a TPM if you have it, or if not, it's less than ideal, but what you can do is have the system send what we do on systems that don't have a TPM is we have the system essentially take its own measurements using flash ROM. It takes the measurements of the entire flash. It takes longer to do this, but it reads the entire flash, converts it into a hash, and generates a 6-digit checksum, a 6-digit code based on that hash, and sends it across. And the key has a version of that hash from a known good measurement. And there are ways to fake that, but that's the approach. The second question was about blowing fuses. So the idea there is to lock the very first piece of code that gets executed on the system in place so that it can't be changed. So the idea is the burn fuse, the idea of burning the fuse is just to block writes. So it becomes read-only at that point. That would be an ideal way if you're on a system that you didn't want, if you had that concern and you weren't concerned about the follow-up, which is it prevents you from updating, right? So that's the trade-off. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, we have one in the back there.
For a larger organization, let's say that you're going to do 200 or 300 laptops, could you deploy a common key so that it would be easy to deal with updates that are occurring in the remote field so you don't have to have the user support problem that you kind of mentioned?
Yeah, so the question was about for large fleets using this, could you have a shared key? Well, so because it's using GPG, and it's in particular, most importantly, using a GPG keyring, you can add all the keys that are in that keyring are considered trusted. So you could have the option of having a user and a fleet key in that keyring and both be trusted. Now, currently to date, no one has implemented like enterprise-like features in heads like that. For example, another thing that an enterprise may want is to disallow a user from booting into a system that has been tampered with in some way, and instead maybe pop up a custom, send this to IT, here's the number, or here's the procedure or whatever, right? That's completely doable though. I mean, heads is, again, it's all free software. So heads is relatively easy to modify in that sense with the user space. So it would just be a matter of either contracting with someone to add that extra feature in the heads for a fleet. And as far as a large enterprise engagement, I think that's a pretty feasible thing, for sure. Yeah, one in the back and then two more down here. Yeah, the back first. Question is, does it work on a Mac? I don't know. I don't think they want you to run code that's not blessed by Mac. Yeah, I think if you're using a Mac, then you're sort of locked in, you're tied into that ecosystem a lot, and you really need to rely on that. Their security model is all based on full trust in the vendor, and so you're sort of required to use their security tools if you want to use that platform, because all trust is hinged on trust in Apple.
So one of the most common uses in the field of using a TPM is to back the disk encryption key with the TPM so that it can't be extracted from the system and it won't boot if the system's been tampered with. But as far as I know, the only like commercial grade or available system that is one integrated way of doing this is Windows BitLocker or the Mac OS disk encryption. Does Heads offer this functionality, or is there a way to do that with Heads where instead of having to enter, say, a LUX key when you boot the system will use the trust generated by Heads as a way of unlocking the disk?
Yeah, so the question is whether you can have a system where, with Heads, can you store a LUX decryption secret or some other secret to unlock the disk within Heads itself using the TPM? Answer is yes. We don't use it on pure Zoom laptops in our default config, but when you are setting up heads, there's an option to store a Lux secret in the TPM along with other secrets that are being stored there. And if you set that up, what happens is it will get combined with what the user types in. So it's two factors. So instead of defeating the whole point of disk encryption by saying, well, I can turn on the system and unlock the system with no user interaction, when you type in your Lux secret, it gets combined with that TPM secret, and that becomes your full passphrase. So yeah, it's supported today.
Okay, I think we're out of time. If you have other questions, Kyle may be here for a little bit, so you can ask him directly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you everybody for coming. We'll do it in the hallway here.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Good, I think I can hear myself. Hey everybody, thanks for hanging around. I know it's been a long day, and I hope everybody's had a good time so far today and learned a lot of great things at this conference. And again, thank you for hanging around to the last hour. This presentation is, if you're new to security, this presentation is basically a list of links of free resources that you can, mostly free resources which you can get information about security. This presentation in a slightly different format is on the website, and you can download it. It's in ODP. It's in LibreOffice format. So this is free to get it at the SCaLE website. So I've had basically 3 careers. I started in flight simulation. I worked both in simulators, in trainers and engineering trainers. Then I moved to software test, and then I moved to security. And I've worked in defense, commercial, consulting, security. I got my CISSP and CEHs in those years that you see there. So the agenda is very brief. I'll go over cybersecurity basics. We can go over that very quickly. Then we'll go over how I see information security, just how I see how it's organized. It's a very quick overview. And then the bulk of the presentation is the information I've organized into several categories. And then there are also local meetings to attend. I have a little bit about certifications, and about finding education, free education, and about different languages. So how many of you know what the security triad is? Okay. Enough of you did not raise your hand, so I'll go into it very quickly. The CIA triad in security, and this is like Security 101. The CIA is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. If you learn nothing else about security, you should at least start here. So confidentiality means that you and only you have access, or you or anybody you've authorized have access. So for example, in a bank, you should be the only person who has access to your account and nobody else, or nobody that you haven't authorized. That's what confidentiality is. Integrity means that the information has never changed, or you have control over the information, and you cannot, and you or no other authorized person can change that information. So in your online bank, if you have X amount of money in your account, you expect that money is, the only person that can spend that money is you. And any change in it, that happens because you've made a change to it. And if you can't trust that information, that is, if somebody else has gone into the bank and changed that information and you can't trust it, that's an integrity problem. Okay? And the third one is availability. Availability means that information is available when you need it and when you want it. If the bank is down, that's an availability problem, and that's a security issue, because then that means the bank isn't getting any business. Availability is mostly for a problem for a site like Amazon or AWS. If AWS is down, and sometimes it may go down, there's a problem with availability. And if you're a business that depends on AWS to run, and your particular instance in AWS for whatever reason is down, that's a problem, and that's an availability issue. That's a security problem. That's the CIA in very high level. So I see cybersecurity in this way, because if you look at the job openings and reading how they're described, I see 3 broad categories, and these are just very broad, to keep it straight in my mind. I see management, I see infrastructure, and I see engineering. There's often overlap, but this is just the way I see the 3 categories. So management are things that are mainly non-technical, but are necessary to support security as a culture or in your organization. Things like the policy, the procedures, the human resources, anything legal, compliance, which is a big deal, training, because none of these things are technical, but these are things that are all important in security. As an example, let's supposing somebody in your company leaves, somebody's fired. Well, then you have to do things like you have to make sure that they can't access it anymore. You have to make sure that they turn in their keys, turn in all access, that they cannot access your building, can't access your network. A lot of that stuff isn't technological. It's procedure. You have to put the procedures in place, and they have to be established in your company that, oh, somebody is being fired, and we got to go through this procedure to make sure that they can't access our stuff anymore. That's a management issue. Infrastructure is anything in your company that enables you to get your work done. So that would include your network, your wireless, your anything in your cloud that you use, any third-party applications that you don't create yourself. They also would include things like electrical power, AC. So if you have a network, if you're running a network within your company, you have to make sure, especially if it has to be available all the time, maybe you want to have electronic backup. You want to have some sort of backup running, just in case you lose power. If it's that necessary for your company to have your network running all the time. Things like that. So that's infrastructure. The third thing is engineering. Engineering is anything that you build or provide for a customer. And that's something that needs to be kept secure. So if you provide a service, an application, a website, that's something you build. You have to keep that secure. So you have the infrastructure you need to keep secure, the management helps you keep it secure, and the things you build need to be kept secure. And very quickly, they're not precise, and there's often a lot of overlap. So for example, forensics. Forensics is a very cool thing to do, but forensics is a managerial requirement. But it's often performed on a network or an endpoint. That's usually an infrastructure thing. So it depends on how you see your, in engineering you call it a control volume, where you draw your boundaries. And that's just, but as I said, this is something I just use for my own mind to keep things straight. Pen testing can fit in multiple categories. Pen testing is usually a compliance issue, which is managerial. But when you do it, if you do a physical pen test, I'm trying to break into a building, that's managerial. What if I'm trying to pen test a network? That's infrastructure. What if I'm pen testing an application, a web application? That's engineering. So these categories are very broad, and you can argue with it, where things fit. It will just depend on an organization and how you see it. But these are just very broad. All right, now we get to the fun stuff. There's a lot of information from the National Institute of Standards and Technology called NIST. NIST is pretty definitive stuff, but NIST has one big problem. It is really dry. It is very dry. And the other problem with NIST also is also very government. So things written in NIST, especially for things that are about organizations, are seen from the point of view of how the government would see it, including defense. That's a caution there. So there are 2 introductions to security from NIST, and these are the links. As I said, these links are, if you get the actual presentation from the website, the links actually will work. There's an introduction to information security, and there's an information security handbook. Just a warning, again, it is very government related, but they're there. This page is actually a paper written in 1975 by Salter and Schrader. This paper is considered one of the key early documents, foundational documents of information security. The CIA triad is actually in that paper. I actually tried to read it, tried to read that paper, and the security triad is there. A lot of the ideas are expanded, have been expanded over the years, but a lot of the ideas from information security are in this paper. It's very foundational. Oh, by the way, if you have any questions, raise your hand, please. So we're still getting to more introductory stuff. Cybersecurity is everyone's job is in this document that actually is readable. It is mainly written for people within organizations and to help people within different parts of the organization understand what somebody in my place in the organization should understand about about security. If you are in, again, manufacturing versus personnel versus other parts of an organization. That first document is actually very useful for that. The second document, I just found out about the second document last week. It is by the University of Bristol National Cybersecurity Center. It is called the Cybersecurity Book of Knowledge. It was published last year. It is about 800 pages long. It's pretty extensive, but if you want to slog into it, it's a pretty good document. The bottom document is from a press. It's called the InfoSec Handbook, maybe a little bit more readable. It's also pretty big. It's about maybe 600 pages long. These two is navigating the digital age. The first version is available. The second one requires a sign up. It's basically from the business point of view. So it's something you would want to look at to see how would a C-level person want to understand security. Those are the people who are meant to, it's meant for people to read to help the C-levels understand what security is all about. And these two documents, the CISO's guide, again, is for to help them understand about security. The Defender's Dilemma is more for a tech lead to help, again, to help the C-levels understand what security is about. So this is all the introductory stuff. Okay, management. Secure the Village is an organization who was created by a man named Dr. Stan Stahl, who's a local LA guy. He created this Security Village to have C-level people come together and talk about security issues. And at their website, they have three sub-sites to help companies, mainly small and medium-sized companies, manage their security. So these are places where you can start, where they have brief lists and other links to help you start managing security. Compliance is a very big part of management, and to say what is and what's not compliant is to ask, what are you compliant to? So you have to be compliant to something, and the first two links are lists of different frameworks to be where compliance is listed, and you go, well, I'm compliant to this thing, whatever it may be. There are NIST compliance things. There's so many different types of compliance frameworks to even look at. The middle one is PCI. PCI is for the payment card industry. That is for anybody that uses like a store that uses a credit card. They have to be compliant to PCI, and the thing about PCI is it's a very extensive standard, very detailed, but it's also it can be very difficult to fulfill. If you're a small company and let's say you're a mom and pop shop, you can't expect to be PCI compliant. But what you should do is you should get whoever is processing your credit cards, make sure that company is PCI compliant. You can't, because being PCI compliant is very expensive. It's a very expensive deal. GDPR is the European Union's data protection regulation, and it is pretty extensive. Also, there's no real one document. It is pretty complicated. I didn't even try to look at it. Privacy is kind of related to data protection. The CCPA, which is the California Consumer Privacy Act, is still being worked through, and they took their lead from GDPR. And related to privacy is the IAPP, which is a professional organization, and they have some free material, but require sign up in order to get a lot of their material. Okay, now another part of security management is risk, because security is basically nothing more than managing risk. Just think about it in that way. So I think of it this way. Let's suppose you're told, I'm giving you $5 to protect my organization. So here's your $5. So then you have to figure out, so what do I protect? What's the most important thing in my organization I need to protect? Is it customers or information? Is it intellectual property? Is it what I'm building? What is it that I need to protect? So when you do security, you have to make a decision over what are the things that I need to protect. and because I can't protect everything. That's impossible. And also, I can't spend an inordinate amount of money to protect something. I should not spend $2 million to protect $1 million. That doesn't make any sense. So you have to, so it's basically measuring your risk. What do I spend money on? How do I spend it? And what do I spend it on? So the middle one, the cybersecurity framework from this, starts forcing you to kind of go through those questions and figure out how to do that. There's information, there's material on training and awareness, some videos from Australia, from CSIAC, Educase, and Department of Homeland Security. There's information for security awareness if you have an organization, and you can point them to the awareness videos so that you can become aware of it. So what can I do as a regular person to be more security aware? And there are checklists, just various checklists for various, depending on how you see things. These checklists may or may not be useful to you. Infrastructure, this is the part that, again, would be mainly network related. The Center for Net Security has set us 20 controls, which gives you their recommendations on on controls you should put into your organization to make sure to at least help keep you more secure. It is a very extensive list. It does require sign up for download, but it's very worthwhile if you have an organization, and it may be worth looking into signing up just to get it, or if you can email me. I have my emails at the end of the presentation. You can email me. I have a copy. I can just send it. I'll just send it to you if you want it. SANS has CIS controls also at a poster at their website, and then other infrastructure things would be if you run servers. They have the server-side TLS recommendations, because you also security can be kept on the server on your side if you have a server. How you should set up your web server so that you can keep your side safe at least. And then the TLS cheat sheet from OWASP will give you similar information. So there are things that you can do if you have an organization, you're running a web server to keep yourself safe. And these give some recommendations on that. If you're running IIS, the NARTAC software is a free tool that provides you which versions of cryptographic items that you can use, and it gives you easier control over them. Open SSH recommendations. If you have cloud stuff, Cloud Security Alliance gives it's a rather thick document, version 4 of the security guidance documents. There's a CSA Cloud Matrix also from the CSA. The cyber kill chain from Lockheed Martin and MITRE are two different ways of seeing how somebody would try to get into your system. And so there's a certain line that they have to follow in order to infiltrate your system. And the kill chain these two different kill chains are two different ways of thinking about it. And so Lockheed Martin and MITRE each came up with their own way of looking at it. And the PTES at the end is pen testing execution standard. It's just suggested, if you do pen testing, a way of doing it, so that's generally understandable and acceptable to everyone. So this is a standard. I don't know if anybody follows it, but it is out there. And for incident response is when there is a security incident, like there's been a breach, what you should do next. And so this CMU SEI from Carnegie Mellon Software Engineering Institute gives you some suggestions on where to start and how to do that. There's also NIST documents for this too. And here are a few more from England. The DOJ, if you've been a victim of a breach, and what you can do there. Engineering. So this is anything that you build. Whenever you build anything, you need to have some sort of life cycle, and you need to have processes in place. And here we have two models the OAuth SAM, the Software Assurance Maturity Model, and the other one is BSIM, Building Security in Maturity Model, which gives you information on what processes are recommended, or what processes are currently being used by companies to keep themselves secure. So these two are they're not quite the same. The BSIM is more of what companies are doing, and the OpenSAM is more what a recommendation of what companies can do. So you can look at them together to see, well, what can my organization do, or if I have an organization, what could I do to make sure that whatever it is I'm building is more secure. Microsoft also has a secure development life cycle. There's a free book written in 2006 that was made available a couple years ago, and CMU also has a maturity model, which is very, very extensive on how to do secure development. And Rugged Software is a site that just had some interesting documents concerning the same thing. Rugged was more in terms of how it could stand up to change and attack, not necessarily be more secure. But I thought it was an interesting thing to add to this list. And there is also some training, AppSec tutorial series on YouTube, Safe Code, and some slides from AppSec security training that I managed to find on the internet that are freely accessible. And especially for engineering, there's a lot of stuff at OAuth. OAuth is Open Web Source Application Security Project, and there is a ton of projects that they have on application security. There's one particular I'll mention. It's called the ASVS, the Application Security Verification Standard. That is more extensive than what's known as the OAuth Top 10. The Application Security Verification Standard goes through all the different things that when you build an application, including if it's a web application, it goes through, here are the requirements that you should fulfill, here are the tests that you should do in order to make sure that this thing is relatively safe. The OAuth also makes cheat sheets, and MITRE Corporation has two lists of known software weaknesses and software vulnerabilities that they've cataloged, and various organizations or people report to them, and it gets put into a catalog so that these weaknesses and vulnerabilities are known and discussed. Other sources from IEEE, from SANS, and again from CMI. These are broader about security flaws and how to secure better, how to do coding, how to do more secure coding. More from CWE SANS, and from Mozilla, and from Microsoft. They do give coding guidelines on how best to do secure coding. And this is a testing suggestion. It's a pretty extensive document, though pretty detailed. Now, there are a lot of general subjects, too. This first one by Ross Anderson, he's currently writing a third edition. It is 900 pages long, but he breaks it up into chapters. And there are lots of non-software issues discussed there, but it is a good overview, if you want to call 900 pages an overview, of security subjects. Peter Gutmann's middle one is kind of technical. The bottom one is not a security document, it's more software. It's more about software development. But it is one of the few software development standards, in quotes, that are out there. So these are broader topics. TCP/IP Guide is a book from actually No Starch. He tried to keep updating it to a point, but he couldn't update it anymore. It's if I want to look up TCP/IP stuff, I look there. The middle book is very math oriented. I don't even understand it. The third book was very helpful for me The third book was very helpful for me when I tried to start in understanding cryptography. It's very basic. It doesn't go into detail. Like, it won't teach you about blockchain, but it was very helpful for me to at least get the idea of what cryptography was about. It's very basic, very elementary. If you know nothing about cryptography, I actually recommend that. These three links are more about different ways of organizing things. So in the first one, it's about a taxonomy of software errors. The second one is of security risk. The third one is incident classification. These are just different ways of organizing different subjects within cybersecurity. So that all these links are in the presentation that are at the website. These two are basically just glossaries. Version 3 of the glossary is only online. Version 2 is available as a document. And this is from NIST. And then now we go to local meetings. CSA is the Cloud Security Alliance. They meet the first week of the month. ISACA is the Information Security Audit and Control Association. They meet in Monterey Park, usually the second Tuesday evening, and it's more business and audit oriented. Often the Big Four, some of the Big Four firms are there, and also a lot of students can be there too. The meetings are generally, some meetings are not free, like for ISACA meetings not free, but because you have to pay for dinner. The ISSA is usually that's either paid lunch or dinner. Either meets at Echo Park or on the west side. It is very general. It can cover anything. OWASP is usually in the fourth Wednesday. That is a free meeting. The food's free too, and it's usually it's most techie of the meetings. So there'll be often some sort of coding or something very technical in the meetings. It usually meets on the west side. And the HCCIA are usually concerning criminal and forensics stuff. I've only been maybe to a couple of those meetings, so I don't know the regular schedule. And there are other organizations in the area depending on where you are. Are any of you from outside of Southern California? I'm just curious. Where are you from? Where? You're from the Bay Area? Montana. Bozeman, Montana. Okay, and somebody else raise their hand. You're from Seattle, so you should have both in Bay Area. You should have these organizations somewhere in your area. I mean, I know Seattle should. Bozeman. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, Mercer Island. Okay. Yeah, off the 90. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I used to live in Bellevue. so these are the ones. These are ones that are more local to the area. If you're in Orange County, Ventura, Inland Empire, that sort of thing. By the way, for those of you who came here who are not locals, thank you for coming despite all the travel warnings. I appreciate that, because there are other conferences. There's a conference that ISSA is actually sponsoring that was meeting in Santa Monica at the beginning of May. It's been postponed, precisely because of COVID-19. Certifications. Okay. Certifications are a way of demonstrating that you have a minimum level of knowledge. That's what a certification shows. It shows that you have a certain minimum level of knowledge. Now, CompTIA has a roadmap that they took off their website. I was really angry about. I had to find it again. It's a roadmap showing many different certifications and different roadmaps for all those different certifications. It's actually a pretty cool. It's actually a pretty cool chart. Not all organizations are there, but a lot of the major ones are there. And they show you, start here, go here, then go here, then go here. And it shows you what the cert is and shows you the organization that gives that cert. Now, one organization that it does not show is Offensive Security. Offensive Security is a company, the company that creates Kali Linux. So they're the ones that created the Kali Linux distribution, which is a pen testing distribution. They have a cert called the OSCP, so it's a baseline cert. If you're interested in pen testing, to me, this is the gold standard. If you can get an OSCP, you're a pen tester. You're a good one, because there's a course that you need to pass, and there is the test is not a multiple guess. It is, here's a network, go. You have 24 hours to pen test it. You have 24 hours to write it up. That's your test. And if you get it, you're good. It's only now becoming more known to the HR people out there that OSCP is very worthwhile. So if you want to do pen testing, OSCP is definitely worthwhile. And it's also relatively inexpensive. For less than $1,500, you get the course and 3 months worth of lab and 1 test attempt. For $1,500, that's pretty cheap. So it's very worthwhile. Beg pardon? Well, the thing about SANS is like $5,000 for a week that you have to take off work, go to a location, sit in a room for a week, and take a course which I'm willing to bet is probably a multiple choice test. So, and this is at a third of the cost. Just my opinion, though. Now, CompTIA doesn't mention the offensive security certs. They also don't have certs from the IAPP, which is the privacy organization. They do have different certs depending on your background. If you're a lawyer, if you want to do lawyer, if you're a technical person, if you're a manager, and if you're a lawyer, also where you are. You're in the U.S. or in the EU, in Asia, or you Pacific. They have different certs for privacy because especially for lawyers, because privacy obviously differs from depending on where you live. So as I said, certifications are useful in improving a certain minimum knowledge base. There's always a discussion out there, is a cert really useful? And some would say yes, and some would say no, because some companies and some managers say, well, I don't care if you have a cert, can you do the work? But the problem with it, the good thing about a cert is that a cert gets you attention from HR. If you say, I have a CISSP, I have a CEH, oh, okay, that looks interesting. At least we'll talk to you. At least we'll need to discuss it with you to see how much you know, if you fit what we need, that sort of thing. So if you have no background in any of this stuff, start with CompTIA. There is a guy named Professor Messer who has free videos for 3 of the certs at his website. Now, downloading it costs, but you can watch them for free. And there's a lot of videos for each cert. There's like hours of videos for each part of the test. So the different random lists that I picked out that talk about top paying certifications. Education. There is actually free education if you look for it. And there's more free education if you want to give away your personal information that is sign up for it. So like for Cybrary, you have to they give you one level for free, and then if you pay they give you more. So some of it but there's some free stuff out there. Some of these others, the other 3 links are very limited, just maybe a couple of courses on certain very narrow topics. However, the massive open online courses, there's tons of stuff out there offered by universities that you can go look up, and it may be timed to a certain time, but they pretty much offered for free. They often offer for students, and then there is this for CCC Cure was a site that I used when I studied for my CISSP. You can create questions or take practice tests there. There is pay required again to access questions. The site has changed since I used it. And there's one guy named Eric Conrad who wrote a book on CISSP, and he has some podcasts and like 2 practice tests there at his website that are free. Okay, hacking. I know there's some who are into hacking. The Linux distribution for hacking is SCaLE. The SCaLE people actually offer a certification called like a SCaLE. It's like a SCaLE certification, and the test is based on this book here on SCaLE revealed. It is not a test concerning pen testing. It's more just, do you know how to use SCaLE? Do you know how to open things up? Do you know how to start up different tools? That sort of thing. It's nothing to do with the actual uses of the tools. And they also have a Metasploit, a free Metasploit class. If you want to learn how to use Metasploit. If you want to use virtual machines, which is a great way to learn things, VirtualBox, which is now owned by Oracle, is a great way to create virtual machines. And if you want vulnerable targets to hack, VulnHub has stacks and stacks of them. VulnHub is basically a site where people created these distributions, all in Linux, of vulnerable targets for you to hack. Either to scan or to get in and do pen testing yourself, and there's a lot of targets out there on VulnHub. Languages. Basically, I tried to go through and ask the question, so what languages are in demand and well-paying? And the three I came up with were Python, JavaScript, and Java. And those sources are the sources that I used to try to make that determination. There are other languages, and there are other well-paying ones, but those are the two that I'm trying to find a kind of a common intersection of the sets. So there are free programming courses at these various places. Again, some of them are also in the list I showed you earlier. But these these different sites will show you different areas to different courses where you can try to start learning languages. But we get specific here. So Python, there have been some workshops on Python here at this conference. It's great for scripting. It's great for automation. If you do pen testing, it's great to learn that because you need to write tools when you do pen testing so that you can like collect IP addresses or whatever. Learning Python is a really great thing. If you start from scratch, learn Python 3. There is a Python 2. Python 2 is still usable if you're in an organization that uses Python heavily. But Python 3 and Python 2 are kind of different from each other. It is maintained by community. If you're new, if you've never done any programming whatsoever, that's a good first language to learn. And there's at the Python site, there's a non-programmer site. Current version, as I last wrote, this is version 3.8.1. And there are Python books online. Automate the boring stuff is actually, I did see it in the exhibit hall. I don't know if it's still around. I didn't see that book when I last looked, but I saw it yesterday. It was available by No Starch Press. And all these other books here are books that people have written, but they've made freely available on the internet. You may not be able to download. Some of them are downloadable in PDF. Some of them are not. But these are different documents. The NSA Python training document was somebody used FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, to force NSA to reveal their training documents. So somebody put it. So it's been posted. JavaScript is great if you're working on web pages. It's usually best used with HTML and CSS. I know nothing about JavaScript, but this is something I just put together very quickly because I saw that it is kind of a popular language that pays relatively well if you know how to use it. And there's also, again, a lot of free material out there. The Eloquent JavaScript is a book that you'll see at No Starch. It is there. But the author also made it freely available on the internet. It is not downloadable as a PDF. It's more like looking at different web pages. It's basically looking book through web. But these are various. There's also some training on YouTube for it. Lists of free Java books, other free Java resources at the bottom. And the third one, Java. Java is maintained by Oracle. It's good for general purpose, mainly for applications, maybe working with backend and things like that. Also multi-platform applications. It can be moved over between machines, provided the machine that you move it to has what's called a Java virtual machine. The compile code can run as long as there's a JVM, on it. And the current version is 13. I don't know how I don't know how it was numbered at first, but it's now version 13. And the official tutorials at Oracle, official documents at Oracle. There's a book called Thinking in Java that was written by Bruce Eckel. That was considered a standard for many years, but it was over 10 years ago. But he finally made his fourth version finally available at that website there, and then there are other sites. I'm done. Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask? Yes.
You mentioned that virtual machine, VirtualBox, can VMware be okay, or all other kinds of virtual machines, or is VirtualBox most recommended?
Okay, yeah, the question is about, I said VirtualBox, and the question is whether or not others like VMware are usable. Yes, any virtualization you want is usable. The only thing is that VMware requires licensing, and you may need to even purchase it. But VirtualBox is free and can be freely available to use without any questions. Any other questions?
I've got one for you. So there are colleges, private and public, offering AA's, master's degrees in information system security. What's your opinion of those as opposed to these online or GIAC, private certs, basically accredited university programs versus private, non-accredited? Although GIAC is accredited.
The only thing which I hope is that for universities that are offering security, I hope that you're getting what you pay for. I can tell you that there is a list at the NSA, National Security Agency. They have a listing of junior colleges and colleges called the I call it the CAE list. So go for NSA CAE, and you will see lists of colleges and community colleges, two-year colleges that offer some sort of course in information security that is NSA approved. So that means that they had some sort of curriculum that they brought to the NSA, and the NSA said, yes, this actually fits our curriculum. This fits our requirements, and it's something that has to be kept up. They have to get things. They get 3 years, and it has to be renewed every three years or so. The reason why I know this is because USC, Southern Cal, used to be on that list, but it's not anymore. They do offer a cybersecurity, like a cyber engineering master's degree, which is probably really good. For whatever reason, they decided not to pursue continual certification by the NSA, so it's no longer on the list. But it was on the list at one time. So it's something that they have to keep up. And there's some schools, like Cal Poly Pomona, has at least a couple programs that are on that list. So the problem is if they just offer it, there's no way to know if what you're getting is valuable or not, without somebody on the outside saying, yes, I certify this program as something that's actually valuable. I'm not saying that it's not valuable, but you're asking a good question. I really don't know how to answer that. I don't, outside of going to the NSA list and saying, okay, at least I know the NSA says that this is okay. Any other questions? Yes.
There's an exhibitor in the exhibit hall that's a university that is certified by the NSA for, I believe, that same program. So you could actually talk to someone there tomorrow, and they might be able to clarify that.
Yeah. Do you remember what school it is?
It's Coastline Community College.
Okay.
So yeah. They've got a booth. I think it's more to the right when you enter.
Okay. Yep. Question over here. Who's first?
Yeah, Coastline has a monthly security meetup called Lethal. It's run by Peter Kim, who wrote the Hackers Playbook series. Really a good program, and Coastline fully supports that program.
Okay.
Lethal. It's on Meetup. Just Meetup /.
Thank you. I have a Security Plus and CEH certification. What would be the next certification to work on, and if you say CISSP, I would say that I don't know if I have, I don't know if any of the work experience I have to date would be applicable, so I'm a little concerned about that certification as it requires a large component of work experience in addition to.
Okay, for your Security Plus and CH, what have you been doing?
Mainly system administration.
Okay, so you got him on the side without.
Correct.
Okay. As a sysadmin, okay. First of all, tomorrow there's going to be a session on careers. Yeah, called Raise Me. So, and I'll be there. Okay. I'll be one of the people helping out, but that's something that's worth talking to, worth discussing, because what it is. I guess the question for me would be, and I'm not asking you to answer it now, but now that you have these certs, and what is it about security that interests you? Because there are many different things in security that you'd be interested in. Probably network security or infrastructure. Yeah, the infrastructure is probably something that you'd want to go into. So, but come tomorrow. Are you going to be around tomorrow? If on the Saturday on your schedule for Sunday, it'll be white on blue background. It'll be down here in one of these rooms. It's called Career Day, and it's about these sort of things. One of the first talks after the keynote will be about that. Question over here.
I was wondering what you thought about like any sort of cyber competitions, supplementing like the skill set for cybersecurity.
Oh, kind of like the CTF out here.
Yeah, right. CTF and like I think there's like something called a CCDC, like cyber.
Right, the competition.
Yeah, defense competition.
No, I think those are great because what they do is at least they get people interested and at least start learning the skills necessary in order to be able to do this stuff. Because if book learning is fine, and I'm a book learner, I like learning things from books, but when you do something like a competition, even though the things you're doing in the competition aren't necessarily things you do in the real world, but you're learning the skills, and you're learning the concepts, and you're learning the techniques, and I'm all in favor of stuff like that. I think those are great. Just realize that what you do there is not necessarily the real world. That's all. Any other questions? Question over here.
So in terms of coding and programming and all, what kinds of IDEs do you use, or you recommend like many of us who are starting out with coding use? Because a lot of people tend to use what the browser provides, like when they're searching things on the internet, but then you got to know what to download in order to do everything offline. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, Eclipse is one for Java, or Python, you could do PyCharm or the IDE. So what are some things that you recommend? Well,
I started using Eclipse for a lot of stuff, but it just depends on what makes you feel comfortable and what makes it easy for you to do whatever it is you're doing. And so to me, it's whatever works for you and whatever you can find that makes you, I'm not an expert in that in that area. But if you, like, I just use Notepad+. You know, even when I'm just doing my what little Python, I just use Notepad, and just kind of lived with it. So whatever helps you do your work more easily, and whatever makes you more productive in less amount of time, just use it. Well, please don't be offended. If you want to go, please go. I know it's getting late.
Security from the kind of opposite of the sysadmin side, where you have more programming experience, but maybe not necessarily like any computer networking skills or any of that stuff. Mm-hmm. What should the priority be, or what, in terms of certifications, like I'm often told, like the Network Plus might be a good one to start, but is it maybe feasible to jump right into that without the CompTIA A+, the basic one, or?
Okay, so you're coming from the programming side.
Right.
What interests you about security?
I'd like working the command line. DevOps is interesting. It'd be cool, I think, to have that holy trinity of just like DevOps, security, and programming skills.
The thing is that as somebody who's done programming, something that'll make you really valuable, if this interests you, would be to know how to program securely. Where's your experience in programming? What have you programmed in?
C++, Python, Java, a little bit of assembly because I make you.
Okay. If you know how to program securely, that'll help you out a lot. Do you like doing that stuff?
Yeah, but I really want to move over to the DevOps side of thing, I guess, and to like DevSecOps.
Okay.
As my end goal.
Okay. Taking those skills and being able to do it securely is still helpful. For secure programming, there is a cert by the ISC² people, same as the CISSP. It's called the CSSLP. That is more for somebody to learn to learn security from the software side. So that may be something that you may want to look into. CSSLP from ISC². It's the same people that do the CISSP, but it's a different cert that's more software oriented. Any more questions? And also tomorrow, again, during career day, you may want to talk to some of the people there. Any more questions? Well, thank you so much for hanging around. I know it's been a long day. And hope to see you tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of if you're here tomorrow, enjoy the conference. Thanks so much.